Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have not received any message from the President, and I also don't have a formal communication to make today. And so we'll move straight to item 4, which deals with correction of votes and proceedings and official report. So we'll start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, March 2022. Page 1. Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not making correction on page 1, but I have a preliminary objection to raise on the vote and proceedings that was produced for Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have a very experienced clerk, very experienced deputy clerk, and very experienced officers at the table. And Mr. Speaker, you don't need an angel to tell you that on Tuesday, what happened in this chamber will have been of special interest to both sides of the House. Especially after leaving this House and hearing all the things that were happening on radio and TV, I thought that their experience have gone beyond the kind of mistakes that they made. Mr. Speaker, 1, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, on record, that with the exception of Honorable Quaison for Asenov, every single member on our side was in the House. Mr. Speaker, imagine Honorable Cletus Abuka. Right from 8 o'clock, he was in this House. Honorable Dan, Latif, Honorable Elizabeth, Honorable Apia Martin. Mr. Speaker, all these members were in this House. And I don't know. Honorable Abu Salam from New Dibiasi, Superior, even he was even sick, was in a white gown, Jalabia, at the back here. Sisala West. Mr. Speaker, the most unforgivable error that I call deliberate, not a mistake, is to refuse to record that we walked out. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, we just want to sound caution to our clerk and his team. It is true that people may have their party affiliations, but what we expect from them is fairness and accurate reporting. This partisan behavior, we will not tolerate it. It is deliberate and it was intended for a purpose. And that purpose, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, has been achieved out there because you go around all the radio stations and TV stations, all they are discussing is the vote and proceedings and lambasting our members unfairly. And Mr. Speaker, it has led to almost a crisis within our caucus, especially when it was not corrected yesterday, because members felt that leadership had become inept, insensitive to their plight, and now they are facing the wrath of their constituency unjustifiably, when truly they were asked to come to the house. Some of them were here long before even we started sitting, and yet this has happened, and unfortunately has not been corrected. Mr. Speaker, yes, it is nowhere in our standing orders that our standing order provides that votes and proceedings corrections will be made. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that when these massive corrections are done, it is not going to reflect in the eyes of the public, especially on the document. Any day anybody picks this vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 29th March, it is these errors that they will be seeing. The corrections will only go into the official record, but it will not be in these vote and proceedings. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, you know how our constituents and these country people behave. They take the first news and they run with it. Later, when corrections are made, they don't give a dime, and they will use it. And some people have started already in some of our colleagues' constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is unfair, it is unjust, and the clerk must sit up, because knowing the day and the difficulty of that day, you should have been interested yourself, personally, going through to make sure that everything was captured properly. But unfortunately, you failed to do that, and you failed this house. And now, you have failed our colleagues and members of parliament, whose names are now being bandied around as people who have been absent. Mr. Speaker, this is very hurting. And our preference will have been this vote and proceedings to be reproduced, to reflect the actual, so that the record people who will have the copies will have the proper copy. But obviously, this is not provided for in the standard orders. But Mr. Speaker, we are livid and we are very hurt and very, very disappointed in the clerk at table, the deputy clerk and the clerk for this kind of poor performance that is reflecting very poorly on the minority side. Mr. Speaker, we can only hope that they will up their game and do what is right and stop the partisan behavior that they are sitting there and they are doing. I'm really very sorry that it's getting this far, but it is hurting. Those of us in leaders could not sleep because of our colleagues' anger and sheer anger. One out of his frustration even said they should remove the leadership of minority because we couldn't get a common vote and proceedings to capture them to be present. Mr. Speaker, this is hurting, and I hope that each and every one of our colleagues will be given the opportunity to make his case, because they were here. I saw Avoka, I saw Dan, I saw Elizabeth, I saw Afia Boati, I saw Superu, I saw Abdul Salam, and the walkout is glaring before the whole world. How could our clerk miss it on the vote and proceedings? Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I hope you will find a way of appeasing our colleagues who are really, really hurt by this single behavior. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that members have the right to vent their anger when obviously they believe they are in the chamber and they don't find their names there. I just want to plead with my colleagues, especially very senior colleagues who are in leadership, that sometimes what we say carries a lot of weight. I do know that at the beginning of this parliament, people on this side had a go at the clerk that he was doing some things, similar partisan things like this. He may not be. We are all human. He may not be doing the partisan thing, because I don't know the party colors of the clerks. Because we did say some of these things. We did say some of these things before. So I want to say that I just want to say to you, I just want to say to us that please, let's calm down. I was here, Mr. Speaker, I was here before, and I was marked absent, but I had come to Parliament, and my only crime was that I did not sign the attendance register, but I was marked absent, and I remember I raised this matter before. So I want to plead with colleagues that we are all human beings. If you believe that you were present, you say it, it will be corrected. That's all that I want to plead with colleagues. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been scandalized and traumatized by my name being recorded as absent on Tuesday, 29th of March. Mr. Speaker, when I arrived into the chamber, I went straight to the young girls and boys sitting at the table office there to register my name, to sign my name. And they told me that the register was in circulation. I should go and sit down. They will bring it to me to sign. I was told in confidence that they know me, they know where I sit. Please, Honorable Senior, go and sit down. We'll bring it to you to sign. On that day, indeed, on that day, as the chief whip has indicated, I was one of the early people to this August house. We had an NDC caucus meeting, 8:30. I was there. I even coordinated the list of members of the Upper East region at 8:30 in the morning. And from there, I proceeded to the chamber. I dutifully went there to sign. And they said that the registration was done with them at the time. I should sit down, they will bring it to me to sign. Only for me to be recorded as absent on the most critical day. That evening and yesterday, I had several calls from my constituency and their well-wishers, expressing their surprise that somebody of my caliber was absent and for what reason. Mr. Speaker will appreciate the implication associated with such of record. I think it is most unfortunate. Whatever reason they had, the clerk should be able to streamline this administration and ensure that we are not treated like children. We cannot be treated like that. I recall, Mr. Speaker, some time ago, the register used to be in the mayor's office. When you go there, you will sign and then take your documents from your pigeonhole. That is a better arrangement. You come here and meet innocent girls and boys who are misbehaving with the register. Sometimes you sign, they say, go and say that they will bring it, and they don't bring it at the end of the day. I find it very, very regrettable. Mr. Speaker, I want to register my strong protest that me, a senior member of this August House, knowing the stakes on that day, could absent myself. And for what reason? I take strong exception to this, Mr. Speaker. I was here. I made every attempt to register my name, to sign my name, but they didn't avail it. And I cannot be held responsible for the negligence or intentional negligence of some other persons. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to respond to the preliminary comments made by my respected colleague, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. The issue of members having come into the chamber and they being marked absent is a legitimate concern to be raised, and we do so on daily basis on the floor. What I strongly disagree with him, Mr. Speaker, is the argument that the clerk and the clerk at table are being partisan. Mr. Speaker, no, please, hear me. Mr. Speaker, that statement coming from a leader of this house is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, he, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, had the occasion to advise me when I had an issue with Parker Wilson of Joy FM. And he said that Parker has no right to be heard. So if I have an issue, I should take it up. You are in leadership. The Mr. Speaker is the head of Parliament. So we should engage. And not to use the floor because the clerk cannot respond to you. All the attacks, he cannot respond. And you stood there and told me that I had an issue with a journalist who had misreported me. And that I should rest my oars because he has no right to respond to me. So I think that the issue that we raised, we should all address it. And Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Kletos Avoka was speaking, he said that indeed the young men and women were supposed to bring the sheet for him to sign, and they refused or they did not do that. Members have had the occasion to complain that sometimes they don't bring it for them to sign. When we were in this house, Mr. Speaker, at least when I came in 2013, we were required to go to the post room, the mail's room, to sign. Later, the arrangement changed where they will come round. Mr. Speaker, there are times that I will not get the opportunity to sign. Then when we close, maybe my usher will come and tell me that, look, leader, you didn't sign. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter for us to split heads on. We should not split heads on this matter. Let me make my point. Yeah, I will do so. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is even a matter for us to sit in conclave with you to resolve. If Mr. Speaker, they will speak. But Mr. Speaker, my point is that Honorable Mubarak himself, Mr. Speaker, up for this point, I want to make it clear. Remember that day I told you posterity will soon come and deal with the consent we raised. You said that when a member, Babaru, I beg you. When I had an issue with Joy FM, you said on this out loudly that because Joy FM cannot respond to me, I should take it easy. Can the clerk get up and speak on the allegation you're making against him? Can he get up and speak? So register your protest, but don't add the clerk because it is unfair for him because he cannot speak. Mr. Speaker, the clerk cannot speak, has no right of audience, and it's against the rules of natural justice to accuse somebody for the record for the whole world to watch that your clerk is incompetent, your clerk is partisan, when he cannot respond to it. Mr. Speaker, I will not sit on concern. When the same Mubarak advised me not to raise an issue on this floor against a person who cannot have a right to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, that aspect of his submission should be expunged from the records. That aspect of his submission, which deals with accusing the clerk of being partisan, be expunged from the record. As to all other concerns, I share with him those concerns, I agree with him those concerns, and I think they are legitimate, and members who are affected have the right to raise it. It's their right, far right. They should raise it and raise their protest. The clerk, we cannot attack. The civil servant we've been working with, and then tomorrow when we as politicians, we are calm, we'll go and say to them, sorry, quietly. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. We can't attack the civil servant. We cannot, and we must not encourage ourselves to be attacking the civil servant. It's not right. We are politicians. Tomorrow we'll be at the coffee area taking tea. Mr. Speaker, when tempests come down, we'll go and take our tea. Would they have the opportunity to come and take tea with us? Why should we destroy them? Mr. Speaker, why should we destroy the civil servants? That aspect of the submission, accusing the clerk, should be expunged from the records. And I contend so, Mr. Speaker, I'll rest my case.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity given me to clarify this diabolic agenda. Mr. Speaker, as early as 8:30, I was in the chamber, signed, participated in the debate, and my name was then marked absent. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, just a minute. Yes,
I will urge.
Just a minute. Hold on.
The table.
Resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Attach.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker is embedded in our standing orders that we should not impute wrong motives to colleagues. I believe that principle has multi-purpose application. For my colleague to rise up and say that there was a diabolic agenda, is to impute improper motives to the clerk and the rest of them. Honorable Speaker, it's not right to say so. It's not right to say so, because even if an error has been recorded, it will not amount to improper motive. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg of you that my colleagues should withdraw that statement and state the facts without imputing wrong motives to anybody. Yes, because you don't have the mens rea of what was said. You can't even prove it. You can't even prove it on your feet that somebody has improper motives. So, Honorable Speaker, we should withdraw it, and it should be expunged from the record that is imputing wrong motives to the clerk and his supporting staff. It was not right at all.
Yes, Honorable Member, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is my opinion. Yes, when they are vilifying me, the clerk is not there to justify what he did. By so doing, I am here to put it on record that I was in the House, I signed, participated in the debate. Mr. Speaker, the move was so diabolic, well calculated. Mr. Speaker, the move was...
Honorable Member, you have used the word diabolic a number of times. You have not ascribed it to any person, so that is why I'm quiet. The diabolic you are using, are you talking about the table office or some members? Then I will declare. Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the table office. I am referring to the table office because that fateful day, I firmly was here, signed, participated. The question is, why would they do that to me? My name is Roman, published in the media, which I will urge my colleagues, we should hold them responsible for them to go out there in correcting the mess that they caused to us. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker. I have never missed any parliamentary proceedings. The records are there for people to check. So I am not happy, and I want them to officially come out to apologize to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving Ablekuma Central the opportunity to clear the air.
Honorable members, I think we've heard enough. Yes, Honorable Ajari Fosu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to put it officially that on 29th, the Tuesday when we did the e-levy, I was in Parliament, but I've been recorded absent. When I came to the table to sign my name, I was told that the register was in circulation and it would be brought to me. It never came to me. I am not as worried as the opportunity I didn't get to correct the error. I know it happens some of the times, but the next day you are given the opportunity to do the correction. Because we did not get that opportunity, it is out there that we were not present when this important bill was being discussed. I will plead, if there is something done about it, to correct the erroneous impression that we were not here. Because I, Elizabeth Okusojare, I was here from the beginning, so when we officially walked out. And I want the records to reflect that, so that I will not be called upon by all the FM stations to answer this as I have done the whole morning and my constituents are asking. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think on this matter, honesty is important. I was hesitant to speak to this matter because I wanted to do some cross-check. But I asked myself some basic questions. Why do we do correction of votes and proceedings? We do it to ensure that we get the records corrected. So, now, what do you determine or what do you describe as a genuine mistake? I think the words being used and the descriptions being ascribed to the table of office is most unfortunate. I find it most unfortunate because my checks revealed to me that indeed a good number of members failed to sign the attendance sheet. What were you expecting the table office to do in an instance where you failed to sign the attendance sheet? So let's be considerate. We have to be considerate in our criticisms of the table office. They have worked in this house. They have shown true credibility and competences. And so if this is one off, I mean for this sitting, this is one off. So if you are criticizing the table office, we should be considerate. And we should also realize that they are human beings like us. Those who fail, and as Speaker, I will want to call on the table office. If members will not be considerate in their criticism, I'll call on the table office to produce the list. Let's see those who signed and those who failed not to sign. This whole criticism, we have to be considerate and realize that they are also human beings like us. Why will people say that they are being partisan? Is it only today that the table office is being partisan? They have worked with us all this while. We never realized that they are partisan, only today. I find that very unfortunate. And I want to plead with leadership. We could engage. I thought we could engage and resolve this matter. But leadership had insisted, your leaders had insisted that we should correct. We should make the corrections on the floor. So in the same vein, I'm also saying that we should be considerate in our criticism. If we are pushing, then Speaker, I'll call on the table office to produce the original list of the attendance sheet, and let's see those who sign and those who fail not to sign.
Yes, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
It's not for you to sign anything.
Mr. Speaker,
that's what all of us have our
I've listened to the majority chief whip. And the question is, where are we and why are we here? Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands Friday, the 26th of December 2021. November 2021. Paragraph 7. In an uproar in the chamber, the majority caucus walked out after the Right Honourable Speaker had directed that the lobbies be cleared to pave way for the division. Mr. Speaker, we have day before yesterday's other paper, when votes and proceedings, when we in minority, Tuesday, the 29th March 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is public notice. The cameras are there and the videos are there. And the whole world is even asking those, the whole world who were not here and saw us on TV, saw us walking out. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that the clerk at table are rightly seated in front of the speaker, just to be able to have the panoramic view of what is happening in the chamber and to give partial, neutral, to give impartial and neutral technical advice to be able to guide the speaker. Mr. Speaker, if one side walk out, it is recorded in the votes and proceedings. Another side walk out, and the 1, 2, 3, 4 clerks refuse to see it. Mr. Speaker, not only one clerk, and I want to hold the fort for the one clerk. The clerks are 4. 4 clerks at table. None of them saw us walking out. And Mr. Speaker, and they technically fail to technically guide you to be able to know that the minority walk out. And Mr. Speaker, we did not just walk out as an act. What happened was that the leader of the minority, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who had been here for 5 terms, after summation of the contributions from his side, directed that Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put it on record that we, the 137 NDC MPs from the minority, wash our hands from this and will not be part of this vote. Therefore, we are walking out. So, Mr. Speaker, we did not only act it, we said it and walked the talk. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can, the whole world has seen it. All the television sets in the country have seen it. And it is not recorded just as they did for our brothers on the other side. And Mr. Speaker, how will the entire Ghanaians, the generality of Ghanaians, take us for that we have come, one side walk out, and Mr. Speaker, I'm not technically, the day the majority caucus walk out, the clerks at table did not only record it. Mr. Speaker, you directed that we in minorities be counted. We were counted. And when we were counted, Mr. Speaker, the day we were also not here, the first deputy speaker directed that our brothers on the other side be counted. It is only when we walk out yesterday, day before yesterday, that the class at table refused to count. And Mr. Speaker, technically, technically, the day the class at table counted the majority, as competent as they are, they refused to count the first deputy speaker. And he said, I, Joseph Osewusu, the MP for Bepai, I count myself as 138. We can proceed. So, Mr. Speaker, we
on this side were technically convinced that knowing who the class are to technically advise you and who you are, Mr. Speaker, after our walkout, and we know the Honorable Sarajwa Safo was in the United States of America, and our brothers on the majority side are 138, and Honorable Sarajwa Safo was in the United States of America. The 136 NDC MPs walked out. Therefore, our brothers who were left on the majority member who were left in the floor, the Speaker, even be that as it may, that they marked the Honorable Kojokum, the Minister for Chieftaincy present, we know that when we walked out, we were left 137 in the chamber. And the Speaker, we want the record, the votes and proceedings, to record this sensitive matter, because we are now well convinced that it was not any diabolic agenda, it was an oversight. If it was an oversight, let the votes and proceedings of Tuesday the 29th of March record that the 137 NDC MPs were not in the chamber, the Honorable 136 were not in the chamber, Honorable Sarajwa Safo was not in the chamber, Honorable Jetikwesi was not in the chamber. If you add all the first and second deputy speakers to our brothers on the majority, they were 137 MPs who went ahead to do business. Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? Mr. Speaker, to conclude, if Honorable Cletus Avoka, who is sitting just opposite you and opposite the clerks, who sit here, conspicuously was not seen, I want the clerk at table and the videos to prove to the whole world how the Minister for Chieftaincy entered the house and how he was marked present. The videos must serve this repository. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Maintain your ministerial post.
Mr. Speaker, if somebody has gone to court and now wants to look for evidence to support his case, that person should let us know. Mr. Speaker, this is a house that follows procedure. Mr. Speaker, if you've gone to court, you've rushed to court, and you are now looking for evidence so that answer will be called for your debate and order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have read in between the lines. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, you've rushed to court. You are now coming to look for evidence by attempting to blame the clerk at table, blaming everybody, saying this and that. Mr. Speaker, we are here as leadership to guide proceedings and assist, Mr. Speaker. You have called for us to look at the votes and proceedings. You said page 1. Shall we proceed? When we get to page 2 and Ahmed Ibrahim, my respected colleague, has a point, he should raise it. When you are talking about division, what you refer to is different from what happened. And if it's about looking for evidence for Supreme Court, let me correct you here and now, so that you don't confuse the Supreme Court. I'm telling you that what happened in November that you refer to is not the same as what happened on Tuesday. Let the record reflect, so that we'll meet you there, we will join the action. We will join the action in the Supreme Court if that's where you want us to go. So let us follow procedure. Mr. Speaker says page 1. Let's do page 1 and do page 2. Don't look for evidence by suddenly getting members to rise up to speak. Wait, when they get to that page, they speak. And then attacking the clerk at table. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you, kindly let us proceed in accordance with our known rules. We are page 1, we start page 1, page 2, page 3. When we get to the appropriate page, and Mr. Speaker, they have every right to respond. Now, if you look at the last page, Mr. Speaker, the vote and proceedings, what they are complaining, it has the name Cyril Kwabna Ansa Clark, and then you have Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagwell.
Mr. Speaker, this is what we have. This is what we have. They should not attempt to indict Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what they are doing is to indict you. That is what they are doing now. Mr. Speaker, they are trying to indict you. They are indicting you and the clerk. Mr. Speaker, because these have your names. What we have here have your name. That you have produced this. It's not Chairman Sabonsu, it's not Harun Edrisu, but Mr. Speaker, it's the clerk and the Right Honorable Speaker, the head of this Parliament. And if you want to indict Mr. Speaker so that the Supreme Court will rule in a certain way, the same Supreme Court that you attacked yesterday, is that what you are doing? That you want to undermine the authority of Parliament and Mr. Speaker? When Mr. Speaker's name is here, you are indicting Mr. Speaker? Yes, you can do that. Ahmed Ibrahim, you can do that. To indict Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, I beg of you, that as you have directed, we proceed with page 1 and move systematically, procedurally, so that if they have a specific issue on a particular page, they deal with it. Then there can be order. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutala.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, I was not right. Mr. Speaker, I was not rising to comment. I was only rising to take him on a point of order when he made a statement that was in the first place not true, and we felt that it was prejudicial. That case is on court, and he ought to have known as a lawyer. He ought to have known as a lawyer. It doesn't give you the carte blanche to stand on the floor and make such statements. If the attempt is to appeal to the motions, if the attempt is to appeal to the motions of the Speaker, I am sorry, you have failed.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, I was in the chamber, and I actually corrected the vote and proceedings on that day. So the claim that I was not in the chamber and the subsequent vilification and attacks on me, Mr. Speaker, in the last 24 hours has exacerbated my mental health. And Mr. Speaker, I need my name to be cleared. And Mr. Speaker, what makes this sound and look premeditated is the fact that it's our members on the other side and MPP communicators who are circulating our faces on social media and amplifying the fact that we were not here, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, that we took money to stay away from the from the proceedings on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, that is what is going on. So, Mr. Speaker,
so you want it? You want the information? We are giving it to you.
I need my name to be cleared, and I demand that there is a statement to clear my name and the fact that I was in this house and participated in the proceedings on Tuesday. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on that fateful Tuesday, last 29th of March 2022.
Honorable members, who is speaking?
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I thought you'd given me the opportunity. I'm sorry.
Oh, honorable member, you haven't yet caught my eye.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You are now decided,
thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
You have decided to catch my ear, not my eye. I decided to respond because of where you are seated. I think the pillar is almost covering you. So you are right to try to catch my ear, not my eye, because it will be difficult for you to catch my eyes from where you are seated. You can go on now.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was here that fateful Tuesday, 29th of March 2022, knowing the state of that very day to the good people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I was here on time. I did signed, participated in the debate. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, I see it as deliberate to delete my name. Mr. Speaker, I spent the whole of yesterday responding to calls from my constituents and engaging media on the reason why my name was marked absent. Mr. Speaker, once I was present that very fateful day. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that my name should be corrected for my constituents and the good people of Ghana to know that I was present to defend my party, my constituency, and the country at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I think we've heard enough. And I will now proceed to give my view on the situation. Minority Leader.
Speaker, I'm compelled to seek your indulgence to be heard on this matter. One, for the record. Two, to respect the 1992 Constitution, our standing orders, and our practices. Mr. Speaker, first, I want to refer you to Order 53, but in particular, Order 59. So those arguing as if someone is in search for evidence, no. We are only doing what is required of us. Order 59 provides, Mr. Speaker, complaints concerning the accuracy of the votes and proceedings or the official report may be raised at the time appointed under Standing Order 53, Order of Business for that purpose. The Speaker, as you recall, yesterday even at conclave, I drew your attention in the presence of the clerk. At that material time, I saw even Excellency Vice President and the Mrs. seated, when I said that I will raise this important matter on the votes and proceedings, because, Mr. Speaker, I know the political consequences and its ramifications on my caucus and on my members and on their constituents, especially in a public that is gullible and buy anything. Mr. Speaker, as you recall, even when we were walking out, I drew the attention of the clerk and the deputy clerk at the door there that I take this matter seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that this side of the House, for purpose of someone's professional negligence, is being discriminated against. Because, Mr. Speaker, our walkout was too loud not to be recorded and not to be reported by the clerk and the table at clerk. Our walkout, particularly on a major economic policy issue like e-levy, has consequences, Mr. Speaker, on long-standing majority leader like the Honorable Cletus Aboka, how the people of Zebila will perceive him that on this important, yes, he was majority leader before you. Mr. Speaker, so this matter, I now want to go to the records. Ahmed, give me the 29th one. Mr. Speaker, I'm holding Friday, 26th November, as he referred to it. There was a walkout. That walkout was appropriately in paragraph 7 of page 9. In an apple in the chamber, the majority caucus walked out after the Right Honorable Speaker had directed that the lobbies be cleared. So their walkout was recorded and put in the votes and proceedings as is required of you, understanding Order 59. Mr. Speaker, then 29th, we cannot accept that this can only be coincidence, that only members of the minority caucus were those that could not be visibly seen. let the clerk at table and the clerk be reminded that it is not for nothing that we have visual recording of the Hansard department, and we are keeping copies of it for other purposes. We do. We have copies of Hansard, and in producing it. So, Mr. Speaker, if on 29th we walk out, it is not noticed, we are demanding an explanation from the clerk and the head at table, the circumstances why our walkout was not recorded. Mr. Speaker, can it also be a coincidence that even the order paper of yesterday, for the first time, as I see it, I want to be corrected, at least the order paper of Wednesday, 30th March, Mr. Speaker, I want to work it against Standing Order 53 for the record. Standing Order 53 again, so we are raising it. Order 53 says the business for each sitting of the day as decided by the business committee shall be set out in the order paper. This is the order paper. And shall whenever possible be transacted in the following order: prayers, oaths addressed by the president, messages from the president, formal communication by the speaker. Then it goes on, Mr. Speaker, to item H, 53(1)H, correction of votes and proceedings. Yesterday, conspicuously lost on this order paper is the correction of votes and proceedings. It's here. So, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be mere coincidence. And Mr. Speaker, I feel we take strong objection because the political fortunes of my colleagues who have mistakenly been misreported as absent. Ghana Web is reporting 8 NDC minority MPs absent themselves from e-levy. We are endangering even their lives to constituents who may feel betrayed by them of not standing to stand with them in their objection to this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, we think that the clerk and the clerk at table owe us an apology or an explanation as a caucus, and in particular to the individual MPs affected. Because if you don't respond to this, you are contributing to the decline of their fortunes in their constituencies. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of Kum, Minister for Chieftaincy, it could be me. It could be me. I could be sick, I could be dying. Sensitive matter. But we respected the sensitivities. Now we then said that let persons who can testify work and at least satisfy themselves that an effort is being made for him to legitimately represent his people. So for the record, Mr. Speaker, without only the honorable question for compelling reasons of respect to the law and rule of law, who was legitimately responding to the law, and therefore got here at the time probably when our side had walked out. So, Mr. Speaker, for anybody to tell me that this matter, we are not being discriminated against, I want and I demand an explanation. Speaker, we want it published in order to repair. And Mr. Speaker, in the world of social media, which has become a toxic source of misinformation, I fear for the lives and political standing of my members who have so been misreported as absent, as if they were in collusion. They were in collusion to get it. But when you sit here and say votes and proceedings is evidential and is reported daily, be reminded. And when you are struggling, we will demand on other matters. You be reminded of the domesticated position of the Supreme Court in accepting the persuasive ruling in Pepper and Hart. We are guided that parliamentary debate remains a guide to interpretation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I was a bit late in entering the House, but I heard the submissions of some colleagues who have come in respect of members that have been marked as absent on the Tuesday, 29th March 2022 sitting of this House. The Speaker, I sympathize with those of them who are claiming that they were in the House. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that members are listening to me. They have been marked absent, and they have reason to indicate that they were here. So they are claiming that they were present.
That's the law. That's the language.
I can't understand why anybody would not agree with this language.
You are
marked as absent, but you have risen up to indicate to us that no, I was present.
You are aspiring running this.
That is your claim. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. So I'm saying that I sympathize with them.
Yeah.
And Speaker, this indeed is not the first time this is happening. It's become a routine issue that almost every day members purport to have been here, and yet they are captured as having been absent. And then the Speaker will give a directive that these people who have risen to indicate that they were present, they might have been seen by a couple of people, a couple of members in the House, and with that as witness, the Speaker will issue a directive that the appropriate correction be effected. Mr. Speaker, the thing is, the issues that have been raised is because of this, that on occasions, members have raised issues about the way we record attendance in this House. Maybe once and for all, we should come to some determination on this, so that we are all at them as to how to capture it. Now that we are in a new regime of electronics, we have been talking about introducing systems which will record members who appear in the chamber by the press of a button, which would have been customized for particular members. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for us to set this matter out so that we are all sure that when we put in appearance, we are marked as present. Only, I think 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, the same thing happened even to me. When I came in, and the following day, I was marked as having been absent without permission. So these are daily occurrences. How do we cure the mischief? Mr. Speaker, for those of them who have risen, and when I entered, I heard Abdul Salam Adams and the Honorable Amankwa Nicholas Amenfi is also indicating that they were present. If indeed they were present, Mr. Speaker, I believe you give the appropriate directive for the necessary correction to be effected. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to interpret this to mean that the clerk to Parliament, as we heard yesterday on various media, is being singled out. If two people co-alter a document, how do we single one out to say that he is responsible for any lapses and leave the other person out? And that is the issue that was brought by the Deputy Majority Leader.
They are indicting Mr. Speaker.
That the Speaker has ultimate responsibility for this. Why do you then elect to leave the Speaker out and attack the clerk? Mr. Speaker, I believe that really would also be very discriminatory. It will be very discriminatory. If any lapse has been detected, let's talk to that. How do we effect the relevant correction? Mr. Speaker, I believe we can deal with it. If I have to yield, I will yield to you. Speak, and I will come back to you.
Muntaka, you want to cost?
Mr. Speaker, he claims he's yielding to me for a minute. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw his attention. The Speaker signs the vote and proceeding after these corrections have been made. But in the case of the clerk, he is directly responsible in gathering the information before Speaker sees it. That's why we are at the end before Speaker signs.
Minority Chief, hold your peace. Allow the majority leader to land.
The Speaker sees it before it comes to this place. So I don't know the value addition that we have introduced in this. The Speaker is ultimately responsible because the clerk is ultimately responsible to the Speaker. So why have you elected to leave the Speaker out there? Please, if a deliberate mistake has been caused, in your opinion, then attack the two authors. Of the document. Why leave out one? I don't want to believe that it is deliberate. So let's deal with it. As appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, we were at item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. This is in accordance with Order 53 of the Standing Orders of this House. A preliminary objection was raised by the Minority Chief Whip. This is not in our rules, but it is in our practice that preliminary objections are allowed. I allowed it not just because of those who were marked absent, but because of the second leg, where even the walk-out did not find space in the votes and proceedings. Again, I allowed it because yesterday, before leadership and the Vice President, the Minority Leader hinted at this matter. And I spoke to him to hold his peace, because yesterday was not a day that we usually do item 4, correction of votes and proceedings. And so when you go through all the other papers where you have the President appearing before the House as our guest to perform a constitutional duty of presenting his message on the state of the nation, we usually, that is the practice, don't put the item correction of votes and proceedings. And members are invited to go through the other papers of the previous years, and you find that usually we don't do correction of votes and proceedings on SONA days. And so I told the minority leader that it will be done today. Again, before we could go out to receive His Excellency the President, and I invited the majority leader and the minority leader. The minority leader violently brought up this issue again. We did all we could to calm him down, but he was very, very emotional about it. And some of our guests saw it and also intervened. And we managed to calm him yesterday. He was very agitated because he anticipated that there would be an onslaught of the constituents or members of parliament for absenting themselves on such an important occasion. Honorable members, after I've spoken, you go and report something different because you are not listening. You raise an important issue. I'm trying to guide the House, and you are in various meetings. So yesterday, I did indicate that we will be doing these corrections today. I spoke on the seat. I was chairing, and I did indicate that. This morning, the minority leader, this time led by his chief whip, raised this thing again in a very emotional manner at the preceding meeting of leadership. And I assured him that the space will be created for the members to vent their anger. And that is why I decided to give you enough room to do what you have done. As a long-serving member of parliament, I understand and appreciate the trauma that you've gone through. I acknowledge it. And I think that the concerns you raise are genuine. But there's good reason why you have the Order 59. There are no votes and proceedings anywhere in the world that are perfect. Usually, they are compiled by the officials at the table office, and that is a draft. And therefore, the draft is brought to the House, and then given opportunity to the members to right the wrongs that may have been captured on the votes and proceedings. That is why we have Order 59, correction of votes and proceedings, and usually comes as item 4 on the order paper. And so, rightly, you have come and you corrected it. But we'll go through it. When we get to the right page, we'll definitely acknowledge and I'll direct the table office to correct what has been wrongly captured on the current order paper, votes and proceedings for the Tuesday, 29th of March 2022. Withdrawing what has already been circulated will not withdraw it from the records. They are already there. But what has happened on the floor is what will rectify the errors that have been captured in the earlier votes and proceedings as presented to the House. And that is what has been happening throughout on a daily basis. We don't withdraw it just because there are errors, however grievous or however numerous. You just capture it as corrected. And that is what will be authenticated by the clerk and the Speaker, not the draft. And so what you've done is right, and we'll take note of it and go through it properly and correct the errors. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ghanaians and our constituents for focusing on Parliament. This is to hammer home what I've been saying, that whatever we do here, the Ghanaians are watching us. And being honorable members, they expect us to behave honorably. And members were taken out because they felt that what happened on the 29th was so important to their lives, and they expected all members to be available. And so if members were really available, and for whatever reason they were not captured, definitely all of us were natural. The way they were attacked, it's right for them to react the way they have reacted. And we should appreciate it. And we should commend them, not condemn them. However, when you look at Article 93, and you look at the issue of the use of words, it doesn't actually include the clerk and the table office. There are specific officials, office holders that are mentioned. And it's in two sub-rules of Order 93. And I think that for purposes advocacy, particularly of the public that is listening to us, it's important to read that. 93(2) says, it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to any other member, or to make personal allusions. It's right, the clerk is a technical public officer. In fact, the chief technical advisor to the Speaker on the practice and procedure of the House. So it's not covered here. When you go to 93(5), clearly it says, and I quote, the conduct of Mr. Speaker, members, the Chief Justice, and judges of the Superior Court of Judicature shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion and any amendment, question to a member, or remarks in a debate on a motion dealing with any other subject. Any reference to the conduct of the persons mentioned shall be out of order. Here too, the clerk is not covered, because the clerk cannot, so far as parliamentary practice and procedure is concerned, culture, conventions, does not capture the clerk to respond to allegations against him on the floor. He cannot do that. And so the clerk has listened and has taken the flag. But it's important I draw your attention to an earlier ruling that was given by my senior and father, the Right Honorable Peter Allah Al-Jeti, the late, that our standing orders does not recognize any document known as attendance book. And so the clerks at table were called upon to capture the attendance of members using either their eyes or whatever means but not rely on what is called attendance book. Well, it is not in the Constitution and it is not in the standing orders of the House. Since that ruling, I myself have never signed any attendance book. When I was a member of Parliament, I never. Because it is a complete waste of time signing attendance book. So members should not belabor the point that they signed some document, whether it's attendance book or not. It is not known. It is not seen. It is not recognized by our law. There is no nothing called attendance book. The clerk at table must do everything possible to capture the attendance of members. Honorable members, attendance of members is to Parliament, not floor of the Chamber of Parliament. The law lords who ruled earlier on that the law and custom of Parliament is unknown to the court, and what happens in Parliament is a closed book. It's a very wise decision, because conventions, practices, customs are not all captured in black and white in the book, but it is known by the House, and we follow them. Most of these things are happening because of the recent judgment of the Supreme Court. And that is the good reason why I asked for a review. I was taking on, but at least give me the benefit of the doubt that for all these years I've been here, I've known something that others don't know. Please. That is why you are having some of these challenges. And even before my arrival, there were a lot of issues of quorum. And the House had to be adjourned a number of times because of the interpretation and understanding of quorum as stated in the judgment of the Supreme Court. It is still sub judice, it's sub judice, and I will not go further into it. But as people who are going to be asked ruling, Parliament should have been given notice for us to have also stated our understanding of the law. We did not get that opportunity. When I referred to us having notice, we had notice of the Enzinam versus the Attorney General, the Clerk of Parliament, and one other. But not the case of Justice Abdullahi versus the Attorney General. We had no notice of it and we didn't know about it. So please, I want to let this come out clearly in trying to explain these things so that you understand. Because the work of a member of Parliament in Parliament is not restricted to the floor of the chamber. Much of the work of Parliament is done at the committee level. And that is why, when it comes to the time of voting, the bell is rung for 10 minutes. So that at the committee meetings, members can leave the committee meetings and come and vote. The 10 minutes is used because of the practice in the House of Commons, where the farthest end to the chamber, the tram uses 10 minutes. That is why they use the 10 minutes. So if you are present in Parliament and you have agreed to vote, you have to join it and come and vote and go back to do whatever you are doing. Because you are still transacting parliamentary business. You can be on the floor. You can visit the washroom. You can go to attend your constituents. You can be at the committee meeting. you are in Parliament. This must be known. Please, be in Parliament means be in the presence of Parliament. And that is why even service of process and the rest, we are not expecting that to be done unless when we are here. Again, the Constitution did not say being present alone and voting. You can be present, but you can decide not to vote. You can be present, but you may be disqualified by law for voting on that issue. And you can be present, but you might have committed contempt of Parliament, and Parliament will have taken a decision on you, and you may not be allowed to vote. So these are matters that are known to Parliament, that are unknown to the court. Please, let me add this. We need to up our game by improving on our IT system. I totally agree to that. So that when you clock into the Parliament, not just chamber, but Parliament, you are recognized for having been present in Parliament. When it comes to voting, the process is open, because you can only be counted when you are on the floor, and that is why the 10 minutes is used for you to come to vote. So please, honorable members, we will be encountering these teething problems, but make sure that Order 34.1 is followed by all of us. And I quote it. 34.1 says, the minutes of the proceedings of Parliament called votes and proceedings shall be a record of the attendance of members at each sitting, and all decisions of Parliament. Note, the minutes of the proceedings of Parliament called votes and proceedings shall be a record of the attendance of members at sitting and all decisions of Parliament, and shall be kept by the clerk. The votes and proceedings shall be printed and shall be the journals of the House. So when you are interpreting attendance to the House, the authentic record referred to is the votes and proceedings as corrected and captured in the House. This is known to the House and Parliament, not the court. Honorable members, as I stated earlier on, I acknowledge and appreciate the emotional way this thing was presented, and I totally also sympathize with you. And as I stated earlier on, this is a draft. We give the opportunity. There are other things that have gone under the bridge, including what we call the attendance register. Now, if you look at the attendance register for that day, definitely there are errors. And the senior member, Honorable Cletus Avoka, pointed out one to us, that even when he went to sign, he was told to come and sit. They know his seat, they will come and identify him and for him to sign. It never happened. But sitting here as the Speaker, I saw, I recognized, and the Hansard can prove me right that some of the members that have been marked absent were present and in fact participated in the proceedings of the House. So this is a grievous error. Being the Speaker and being the one having the ultimate responsibility, I will take responsibility and apologize sincerely to members for this error. I will plead with you that whatever our suspicions, let them remain as suspicions. I repeat, whatever our suspicions, let them remain as suspicions. And therefore, I am also not happy that the clerk is being classified as being partisan. If you have evidence, you have the right to go anywhere and produce it. And we know what to do when we get to know he's partisan, because it's against the law. The parliamentary staff, as we have by law, are non-partisan. Any of you have evidence about the partisanship of any of the staff here, draw my attention, we'll put a process in place, we'll investigate them, and definitely they will not be here. They will be out of here. And we have such cases pending before the Parliamentary Service Board. And the Parliamentary Service Board is handling them, and we take disciplinary action against the members of staff. I have ultimate responsibility for the management, control of all the parliamentary staff. The clerk is only the head. So, honorable members, please, let's take some time and go through these things well. The heat sometimes is necessary, because some Ghanaians are like the tortoise. If you don't put heat under the tortoise, it won't move. And so sometimes I was minority leader, I used to put this heat under. And so I understand why my police are doing the same. In fact, the majority leader, when he was also minority leader, did the same. So we understand that. And so I want to end up directing that as we go through the correction of goals and proceedings, these matters be captured properly in the votes and proceedings of the House of today, as rectifying the errors that were committed on the votes and proceedings of the 29th of March 2022. As we direct. With your kind permission, honorable member.
Thank you.
Am I out of order?
No, Mr. Speaker. I thought you were done. I was just rising to commend you and to pray for the Speaker and to pray for long life for you. Long may you reign. The Speaker, your experience in this House will forever remain our guide as you supervise proceedings. The Speaker, it must be recorded that it was a struggle to get some members of this House to accept, this wisdom that we were bringing for this House. And you said something, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that your experience as being the long-standing member of this House will indicate that these members may have been going through a lot of trouble as a result of this mistake that was made. You know how difficult, Mr. Speaker, it is to maintain a seat for how long that you did. The Speaker, apart from all the directives you have given, I was going to humbly appeal that you cause the Public Affairs Unit of Parliament to publish an apology
to these members and with their pictures accompanying to protect them in their constituencies and to make the correction go further of this house. The Speaker, based on your experience, based on how difficult you know it is to maintain a constituency, I make this passionate appeal to you as I continue to pray that you live long and the house continue to drink from your fountain of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the vote of Tuesday, 29th of March 2022, the corrections that were made, page 9, all these members, the Fiamma Paul Nelson, Bismarck Tete, we've had all of that long list. Mr. Speaker, apologize to who? We are going to set a certain precedent. Mr. Speaker, for the time being, a leader is on his feet, and the backbench must learn to respect leadership. This is reckless heckling. Mr. Speaker, Suhini is not even asking for apology. Why are you not demanding an apology for the Speaker? You've indicted Speaker this morning. Why are you not apologizing to the Speaker? Why are you not apologizing to the clerk? Mr. Speaker, they are patronizing you.
Honourable members, we have work. Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader, I think it's enough. We have work to do. And let me say this. I will direct that strong words like diabolic and partisanship of the clerk be deleted from the records. The chief whip, the minority chief whip, was right in presenting this matter because the whips are directly responsible for the attendance of members to the business of the House. And so it's right that a minority chief would raise it. And in spite of all my counseling, because he was emotionally controlled, the emotion still found expression in his submission on the floor. I appreciate that. It's part of the characteristics of a speaker to be patient. But sometimes I also even lose my patience. And you know sometimes how I shout at you. I've said it a number of times to both sides of the House. I say, shut up. Now, your leaders came to me and said, please, sometimes when you say shut up, we go home, our children ask us, when the speaker says shut up, were you also included? And he said, well, you have to ask the speaker. Maybe I'm not the one. Then they added that when you do that, then you are treating her like children. I said, well, if you behave like children, you'll be treated like a child. Because if you behave like a leaf, a goat will eat. That's a wise saying. When you hold yourself up like a leaf, any goat will eat you. And so please, as honorable members, I think leadership, we need to create more room for us to sit down, not just on the floor, but outside, and then have a talk on many of these issues. Because when I sit down myself and see some of the things you do, like my friend has just done, it offends everything, the courtesies of the House, the order everything. But I know the effect of what I say on this chair. A statement from you, from me here, can let a member lose his seat in Parliament. Just one word, and you are finished. Your constituents will never vote for you again. So we are very careful about that. So I plead with you members. Yesterday you did excellently well. And I want to congratulate you for that. We created a very good environment for His Excellency the President to present his message on the state of the nation. Today is your turn to start to respond properly to what he stated yesterday. And now we use a lot of time to try to the same conduct I'm talking about is what has happened. Honorable Member, talking to the Second Deputy Speaker, please, leadership, you need more workshop. The maze, as you see placed there, is the authority of the House. You don't stand with your back to the maze. You don't cross to the other side without standing and bowing to the maze. This is a position I occupy. It is not Honorable Bagui, it's the Speaker. When you get up from your seat and you want to walk out, you have to bow to the base. When you return and you want to sit, you have to bow to the maze. These are not things I should be saying on the floor. These are things you should learn at your caucus level. So, honorable members, we'll go back and do the correction of votes and proceedings, and then at the appropriate places, what we've just stated will be captured. But let's be guided by this long guidance I've given, and let's continue, if not just protect, but to go beyond just protecting, but enhancing the dignity of the House. That is the only way your constituents can respect you, when they know you are really honorable. Now, the other thing that you have been violating is that when the Speaker is speaking, the Speaker is heard in silence. When the Speaker is speaking and you are also having your conversations, that is a complete contempt. I'll be compelled one of these days to name members. And naming a member is a serious thing. The consequences are grave. And that is why we resist from that temptation. And I don't want to be compelled to name members. Honorable Alasan Suhini, I thank you for compliments, and I also acknowledge the submission you've made, but I think we'll be extending the distance too far. Let's go by the rules, let the concerns be captured, and what I have stated, we are live streaming, and it will be conveyed. Instead of us going back to Public Affairs Department for them to issue a statement with the pictures of the members. If somebody decides not to hear you, whatever you do, the person will not hear you. If the person doesn't want to see you, you can go and stand in front and say, see. but the person will not see you. And so I think this is sufficient, and I want to end here by commending all of you for comporting yourselves. This is an emotional issue, but members manage the situation. And I want to appeal to our constituents to give us a chance. They should always not swallow hook, line, and sinker whatever they read from the dailies, but cross-check from members before the condemnation. As for disagreement, is natural. It's part of diversity. And we should all acknowledge it. But we should agree to disagree. Yes, I see you want to say something. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you directed that the tables, they expunge the use of some words. When Honorable Afenyo Markins was speaking, he impugned improper motive against the entirety of our corps. He said that we were deliberately undermining your authority, and that I feel hurt, and without a scintilla of evidence. Such a statement is a very strong statement coming from one of the leaders of the House.
Honorable
so
Member,
I urge that you direct that it ought to also be expunged.
Honorable Member, thank you for drawing my attention. If that statement was made, it should equally be expunged from the records. I will not be patronized by any member on the floor. You'll be wasting your time trying to patronize me. I will do what I believe is right. I could be wrong, but it will be my strong belief that what I'm doing is right. If you want to prove me wrong, you know how to go about it. And our standing orders are very clear on that. And that is one of the reasons why I disagree with my first deputy speaker, who has on a number of occasions tried overruling the speaker when he hasn't reached there yet. The standing orders are very clear as to when you disagree with the speaker what to do. Well, what I've said here is not to any individual member, it's to the House. So when you disagree with what I say, you bring it for the House to decide. And that is why the rules say you do it in a substantive motion. The House will debate it and then agree with you that what the Speaker said is wrong, then that will be taken. Not an individual who would disagree with the Speaker and overrule the Speaker. And that is why when I even disagree with him, I don't come and rule here and disagree and say I've overruled him. I always refer back to the House and say, you know the rules. Let's do the right thing. What I invite is for the House to generate this alternative motion for the House to debate, to see whether I am wrong or he is wrong, and that becomes the decision of the House. Speakers are not dictators. Speakers should be the ultimate democrats, because the face of democracy in every country is this House, Parliament. And that must play out for the people to emulate. And so when there's anarchy here, there will be anarchy outside. Parliament is the face of democracy in every democratic country. And that is why premium must be paid on the arm of government called Parliament. If you fail to entrench, strengthen Parliament as an arm of government, your democracy will be in danger. Anytime your democracy is in danger, the other arms continue. There will always be executive, there will always be the judiciary. It's Parliament that will always be missing. And that is the problem we are facing in this country. Because of the absence of Parliament, a lot more of our people don't understand Parliament or parliamentarian or what we do. And so we need to be supported to be able to inculcate that. Because without us, nobody will respect the executive, nobody will respect judiciary. that message must go home, and must go home strongly. And I mean what I say. Honorable members, with this, I want to urge all of you for us to go back to a correction of votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 5. Yes, Honorable.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, item number 165 at page 5. Our colleague, the Honourable Ebenezer Kojokum, has been marked as present. We all know the situation. We have been praying for him and wishing him well. I do not believe that he was here. At least before we walked out, he wasn't here. He's my very good friend. I know him very, very well. And I continue to pray for him and wish him a speedy recovery. But Mr. Speaker, he wasn't here. So our records must reflect that he was not in the chamber. And I'm not aware that he was.
It meant that all what I said, you are not listening.
No, Mr. Speaker.
You didn't listen to me.
No, Mr. Speaker, I listened to you. I'm saying that I didn't see him in Parliament. I'm not aware that he was in the precinct.
No. That was what you meant.
Yes.
But when you specifically said he was not here on the floor.
Yes, but.
And that's when I came and said, you didn't listen to me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was going to elaborate further.
On the floor, you were going to elaborate.
No, I wasn't done. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I was making the point that in the chamber I didn't see him. And when we walked, we didn't see him.
I love our social media.
Yes.
And I'm sure you watch and all the clips.
Yeah.
And I myself saw in the ambulance.
Yeah.
I am saying I saw. I'm not saying you.
Yeah.
In your submissions on the floor,
yes,
a lot of your members acknowledge the number that was present on their side.
Yes, 136.
And the one that you acknowledge that was not present was only Honorable Adjoa Safo. That a number of your members' contribution on the floor today.
But the Honorable Ahmed.
Please, don't belabor the point. Page 6. Page 7. Honorable members, they're now page 8. And after listening to the contribution, clearly table office are direct that the Honorable Abdul Latif Dan, the Honorable Member for Abrikuma Central, the Honorable Abdul Salam Adams, the Honorable Member for New Ejubiase, the Honorable Amankwa Nicholas, the Honorable Member for Amenfi East, the Honorable Senior Member Avoka Cletus Apul, the Honorable Member for Zebla, Honorable Watin Joseph Apia, the Honorable Member for Afram Plain South, the Honorable Ofosu Ajare Elizabeth, the Honorable Member for Techiman North, the Honorable Suparu Adams Mohammed, the Honorable Member for Sisala West were all present. And I direct that the records capture them as so on the votes and proceedings of the House. Clearly, number 7 and 8 of item 3 were clearly absent. And so that one will stay as it is. We move on. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Chief Whip, Minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After item 7, the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill 2021 accordingly read a second time. Just in between the 7 and 8, that's where our walkout needs to be recorded. But that was the stage at which we staged our walkout, and it has to be captured appropriately.
Actually, it should come before question put and motion agreed to. Because the walkout happened before I put the question and the motion agreed to. That is the appropriate position for it. So, table office kindly correct the records accordingly. Majority Deputy Leader, please. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just occasion, my respected colleague, the Minority Chief Whip, indicated that they walked out at a certain time. And you clarified the position by saying that the walkout was actually announced before the vote, the question was put. That is correct. What I just wanted to put on record was that although the announcement was made by the Minority Leader on the walkout, however, the question was put at the time they were proceeding out. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, we don't need to split heads on this matter. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to split heads on this matter. Since they are at the Supreme Court and they say they will take the audio visuals and the videos and everything, when they get there, the Supreme Court will watch. Yes. Your whatever. I won't fight you over this. But I am saying that at the time the question was put, some of you were still in the chamber walking out. You were moving out. You were carrying your books. You were packing. But I'm not contesting. It doesn't change the issue. It does not. The issue is that at the time you announced the walkout, the question has not been put. And Mr. Speaker is right. However, your walking out was not instantaneous. It took time. So eventually when the question was put, some of you were still in the chamber. Many of them. If you are challenging me, the video will speak for me. Mr. Speaker, that is all.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, what is the essence of this submission? You are a leader. You heard me expatiate on these issues. As to when you talk about attendance. So why are you raising this? I actually put the question after the walkout. That is different from attendance to Parliament. They walked out. I am clear in my mind what I do in this house. And I can defend myself anywhere, even in the International Court of Justice. The fact that they walked out did not erase the fact that they were present in Parliament. Just the same way, when you walked out and we came here and continued, The issue of quorum was raised by this side, and that is quorum to conduct business, which needed 92. And that's why I made them count to make sure that we got 92, and we got more than that, 137. And so that press conference that you held and said we did not form a quorum was said in error of the law. The same thing that you are trying to, don't repeat it. Be guided by this. It's not Supreme Court ruling. That is the ruling of the Speaker, and we go by it. Page 10 are directed that the correct thing be done, and the correct position for it is before the question was put and motion agreed to. Table office, kindly take note. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Yes, page 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 29, item 3, Roman numeral 1. Mr. Rashid Draman. His proper designation is Dr. Rashid Draman, Executive Director, African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, thanks for the correction. Yes, he's a PhD holder, is Dr. Rashid Draman. Usually, a lot of you make mistake by saying Dramani. It's Draman. It's not Dramani. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 37th sitting held on Tuesday, 29th March 2022, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I don't have any copy of the official report with me, and so we'll proceed on to honorable members, our attention has been drawn to an official report dated 30th March 2022, which has not been corrected. Could we do that before we go to the votes and proceedings of yesterday? Well, Honorable members, there being no correction, the votes and proceedings of 38th sitting held on Wednesday, 30th March, yes, is adopted as the true record of the proceedings. Now, we handle the votes and proceedings of the 30th, and that is yesterday, Wednesday, 30th March 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, page 9.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, item number 14, III. The Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otuo Serebour II. Serebour he spells it S-E-R-E-B-O-E, not S-I-R-I. So if it can be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, take note of the corrections and do the proper rendition. Thanks so much, Honourable Member, for drawing our attention. Page 10. Page 10, yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, item number 14X at page 10. The Honourable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, who is also a member of the Parliamentary Service Board and a former member of this House. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that conflicting with the spelling of his surname, Nketia. This one has it with an H. The official report, which we'll be going to, has it spelled without an H. And we are always using the two interchangeably, some with an H, other times without an H. So if we can be consistent with our records, yeah, he being a member of the Parliamentary Service Board and a former member of this House, yeah, I want to believe that it is without an H, but the table office can cross-check. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member is right, because the records I have, there is no H at the end of Nketia. So, table office, please take note and always get the name correct. It's Honourable Johnson Asiedu Nketia without an H. Now, the name Asiedu, I see he doesn't spell it with A-S-I-E, but he spells with A-S-E-I-D-U. That is what I observe, unless anybody says that my observation is incorrect. So that one too should be corrected. With this, I go to the last page, which is page 11. And there be no further corrections. Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Indulge me for taking you back to page 10. Under item 15, I believe you also recognized the presence of the Justices of the Supreme Court.
That is captured at page 8, item 5.
Very well then.
Thank you. Yes, any further correction? In the absence of any further corrections, the votes are, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to draw you back. Page 8. The following members were absent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in the House and I signed, only signed, but I've been marked absent.
Page 8, you were in the House.
Yes, please, number 3. 3.
Honorable member for I have for North South
West.
Now you have very long constituency names. Before we didn't have any, I have for North South West. Now your constituencies are becoming smaller and smaller. The population might be increasing, but the geographical areas are being reduced so that you could have effective control and leadership of your constituents. They should see the impact and the dividends of democracy. Please, honorable members, let's do our best. But let me, in moving on to the next item, also let the public know that the number of times I attended the sittings of the House of Commons, which is made up about over 600 members of that House, important national issues were debated by usually less than even 10 members. There was one occasion I was with the late Honorable Peter Lajete. There were only 11 members debating an important foreign policy for the United Kingdom. The other members of Parliament are usually at the committee meetings because the House refer matters to the committees. And when they report back to the House, then the House has business to do. And so the fact that the public always see empty seats here does not mean that the members of Parliament are not attending to their duties in Parliament. This must be hammered home. The function of a member of Parliament is not limited and restricted to the floor of the chamber. A lot of the work of a member of Parliament is done outside the floor of the House. Don't let that influence your confidence in the value of democracy. Please, it's a plea to all Ghanaians. Let's keep faith and confidence in real participatory and inclusive democracy as we strive to practice in Ghana. We are not just black stars, we are the shining star of Africa. With this, we move on to the next item. And I see that members have a very important statement to make. In fact, there are two statements submitted by two members, and I'm guided by the leadership, and that the two members will make the statement, and then leadership will come in, and that will be the end. Then we'll move on to the other items. And this statement is on the performance of our stars, the black stars. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, leadership had further engaged. And Speaker, let me admit that you are right. Your earlier
statement put out on the earlier agreement we had, both of us had had. We will seek your leave to not do any significant changes to the earlier agreement, but to vary the order of business and take item on page 6, item 8, D and C, after which Speaker will do the statement as announced, and then eventually we will begin with the debate. So, to repeat myself,
are you saying item 6,
I'm saying
8, and item?
Speaker, I'm saying we are taking page 6 on today's order paper.
Page 6.
And take item D for Daniel. D for Daniel is the first one, and E.
Honourable member, refer to the item numbers, not the pages, so that I can get it properly. Item.
Speaker, item number 8.
8D. 8D.
D for Daniel, and 8E.
E.
At 8, D, and E, I. And I'll seek your leave, Speaker, further, for the D to be laid by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Minority front bench, is that the agreement of leadership?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought they had sent a note to you when they wanted to vary for this delay, and the excuse was that our colleague, the Defense Minister, has to join his other colleagues at Cabinet, and I thought that was a reasonable decision. But trying to add the others is my concern, because we agree with the Defense Minister.
That and the finance is the same.
Oh, they are the same?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Honourable members, I grant the leave, and then we'll move on to item 8. And at the commencement of public business, item 8, presentation of papers. 8D, by the Minister for Finance. I grant leave for the Deputy Minister to do so. Yes, please. Deputy Minister for Finance. Oh, is that where they positioned you?
Financing agreement, seller's credit facility between the government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Finance, and China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited, CSTC, for an amount of 84,994,050 United States dollars to finance phase 1 of the 37 military hospital expansion project.
Honourable members, the financing agreement is accordingly referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. The Committee on Health sits in the proceedings and maybe guide. But we now proceed to 8E by the Minister for Defence.
Engineering, procurement, and construction contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Defence, and China Shipbuilding Trading Company Limited, CSTC, for an amount of 99,993,000 United States dollars to finance phase 1 of the 37 military hospital expansion project. Phases 1, 2, and 3 cost a total sum of $208
$89,900,000 United States dollars.
Honorable members, the EPC contract agreement is accordingly referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior for consideration and report to the House. Now we take 8E Roman. Yes, please.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this thing is referred to Interior and Defense. Mr. Speaker, this has to do with the construction of hospitals. And I thought that the Committee on Health would have also been appropriate.
Well, I think there should be no objection to that. We look at the leadership of the committee to support the Committee on Defense and Interior. The leadership of the committee, not the entire membership of the committee. We are doing this for good reason. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that it should even be the other way around, where the actual referrals should be health and the leadership of defense and training. Mr. Speaker, it is more health than defense. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what they'll be doing, it's about the reconstruction or expansion of the 37 military hospital. It's going to be about equipment, it's going to be about all the things. It's more of health, in my view, than the security aspect of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to believe that, yes, I agree, one group of leadership must join the main, but I think the main should be the health.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, the sponsoring ministry is that of Ministry of Defense, not Health. I was at Health before as a minister, and I handled these projects before. And the Eurojust projects, if you realize the one that was for defense, which is situated in the Ashanti region, was handled by the defense, not the Ministry of Health. There's good reason why these things are done that way. And I understood them, and I still agree that that reason is still applicable here. And so I still maintain that the referral is to the Committee on Defense and Interior with the leadership of the Committee on Health supporting. Now, if I'm to recognize, then I'll recognize him first before I come to you, because he was on his feet first. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are having another issue at hand in respect of Agenda 111. If you put a question before
Honorable Member, where are you coming from?
Minister, Mr. Speaker, I'm building a foundation to battle.
A foundation to build what?
To battle the point made by Honorable Akando that loan facility should be referred to the Health Committee. Because I'm saying so because, Mr. Speaker, a question was put before the Health Minister.
Agenda 111 is not before us. Wait, when it comes before us, then you can raise the issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Then my point has to do with the referral that you just made. We're talking about health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker,
are you challenging my ruling?
Mr. Speaker, not so.
Yes,
if I want to challenge the ruling, I'll come to a motion.
Wait until you grow beard, then you understand. Yes, Honorable Abuja.
Right, Mr. Speaker, you are very right that the sponsoring ministry is Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, as an industry player, we are beginning to see something. For instance, we have had road projects approved in this house where the road ministry ends up building a polyclinic or a health center as a corporate social responsibility as part. It came out that when it was finished, the design that was put out there was not fit for purpose. So even when the Ministry of Health took it over, how to equip it became a problem. Mr. Speaker, yes, 37 is a military hospital, but the standards of healthcare in this country must be the same. when you go to a military hospital, the only difference is that the way they do their things may be different, and maybe the operational staffs may not be ordinary doctors, they may be military people who are also doctors. So the standards shouldn't be the difference. So I suggest that instead of only the leadership of health committee, the entire committee should do that, so that when it comes to oversighting, the health committee could do oversight, just checking whether the standards are met in terms of healthcare, whilst the defense committee can do that. But if only the chairman and the ranking ends up attending, are they going to be the only people oversighting healthcare project in the name of the Ministry of Defense? That is the only question. I suggest that the entire committee of health can also.
Honorable members, one, the definition of the leadership of the committee, as just stated by the Honorable Abuja, is completely restrictive. It goes beyond that. You have a chair and you have a vice. You have a ranking and you have a deputy ranking. They constitute the leadership of the committee. When we say the leadership of the committee should be part of the consideration of a referral, they are representing the committee. And so you don't represent yourselves, you take the matter before your committee and take the positions articulated by your committee to go to support the other committee. We don't say that you should just move because of your capacity in the sector and go and sit down and just put across your views and say you represent the committee. No. We do these things because you have the issue of reporting and accountability. Who is responsible for that? Is it health or defense? And so when you go through the proposal, the submissions, and this thing for the project, you see the responsibility rests on the sponsoring sector minister. And so the referral should go to them for these purposes. We are cautious about the numbers because of what? Cost implications and also management of larger numbers. You have issues of quorum, you have a lot of things coming in. And we know the work members do a lot. And sometimes you go, you are not getting the numbers, then it means that you can't sit. And so we are after all, it's a report they present, and the members, their quota. So please, don't let's stretch the argument. I thank you for your intervention, but I'll insist that we move ahead and then go to 8E Roman 2, which is still standing in the name of the Minister for Defense, and the Minister may do so now.
Budget Performance Report of the Ministry of Defense for the period January to December 2021.
Honorable members, the Budget Performance Report of the Minister has been laid accordingly and is referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior. With your kind indulgence, I'm going to suspend sitting for three hours. We'll be back here at 4 exactly on the dot, and we now move on to the other items. We do statement 1 on the blasters, and then we do the debate. We are doing extended sitting, and I hope leadership will take care. Yes, today. That is what I was told. And so members will have to be managed. Leadership, are you running away from your duty?
Speaker, I will support you on any day. Just to observe. Except to observe that business at hand, I want to plead, if you find favor before you,
then we at least dispense of the statement, or you allow and permit your second deputy speaker to take the statements and probably begin the other items. Speaker, if you find favor with you. And I have...
Unfortunately, it doesn't find favor with me. So the House is accordingly, as you say, sitting is accordingly suspended till 4 p.m. Honourable members, let me welcome all of you from the suspension of sitting. I was in my lobby watching to see whether the numbers will work up. But we'll start here. What I indicated earlier on, which is statement. Well, my attention has just been drawn to the fact that those who are to make the statements are not present on the floor, and we'll be compelled to go straight to the debate. The list I have lists from one side of the House. I don't have from the other side. And the person to move the motion is the person of the very senior member, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He is to set the ball rolling by moving the motion. And you all know the motion is, as usual, what we do when His Excellency the President presents this message on the state of the nation. So, Honourable Member, please, you may move the motion. Yes, please.
Speaker, I normally don't like doing this, but I conferred with my colleague, and also because of an earlier communication I had passed on to the clerks at table. We just realized that the two MPs involved in the earlier agreement we had in respect of the statement related to the Black Sabbath just entered the chamber and want to plead. Speaker, it's difficult, but we want to plead for your chance so that we could limit the time and the contributors, so that after which we can go on to the direction I've given already on the debates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm in agreement with my brother colleague. Even though time is not on our side, it will not be proper for us not to make this statement. But I just want to send a word of caution to our colleagues who were to make the statement that they should take a cue from you. When you say 4 o'clock, those duty bearers must be here. When you say 2 o'clock, you must be here. You don't wait for speaker to come before you run from your office to the chamber. It's not fair. So we must make sure that we come here. But when speaker is in his office, he's looking from the cameras. How many do we have numbers to start business and those things? If members too will be in their offices and be looking into the cameras is the chamber. It's not fair. We must make sure that we come here on time to enable us to be able to start on time. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm in agreement with him. You can pardon the colleagues and let them do the statement for us to make few contributions and go to the motion on the floor.
So which member is available to make this statement? It's not one of the statements that I have here. And now you are going to make it viva voce. Is that it?
Speaker, with respect, there are two MPs, the Honorable colleague and the Honorable Edu, all on the Black Stars.
Yes, I know. I'm saying, have I got your statement here?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. That is the Honorable Johnson Kweku Edu, the chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture. Yes. So you may do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement to congratulate the Black Stars of Ghana for their excellent performance at the just ended qualifying match with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I join majority of Ghanaians to celebrate the awesome display of the Black Stars qualifying for the Qatar 2022 World Cup after eliminating the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This particular performance was brought back joy and reignited the spirit of unity among Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the Black Stars for their tremendous performance, which led to Ghana's victory on Tuesday, making Ghana the first African team to qualify for the FIFA World Cup 2022. They have proved that indeed, no matter how high eagles fly, they can never reach the stars. Mr. Speaker, as a supporter of the Black Stars, the resounding victory is a common outcome which happens most of the time the Black Stars play with the Super Eagles. The entire team deserves a pat on the back for fixing our shared ambitious targets for the just ended game. Mr. Speaker, dating as far back as 1950, out of the 58 recorded matches played with the Super Eagles, Ghana has won 26 of these matches against 12 wins by the Super Eagles, with 20 draws. One of such remarkable victories was the Jalco Cup competition on 30th October 1955, where the Black Stars scored Super Eagles 7-0 in a home match. History continues to repeat itself by displaying our track record of excellence and tactful approach to emerging winners. This includes that happened during AFCON 2008 and 2010. Mr. Speaker, I cannot hide my joy, especially at such a time when the football climate within the country has been a bit wavy in recent years. Out of the 4 qualifications there by Ghana towards the World Cup 2022, my heart is well pleased with Coach Otuado for leading us to the path of victory. He is a top-notch evidence of the local content us can achieve when given the nod. Our dear Black Stars and the entire management team, together with our well-able coach, have revived the hope and faith Ghanaians had in them. Mr. Speaker, participating in the World Cup in an honor and dream of every country, as we thank the Black Stars for making this dream a reality. They have earned a very good reputation within the world of football, especially in Africa, and we urge them to keep up with the good work they have started. Amazing accomplishment is just one step ahead of the journey, and I wish them all the best at the World Cup 2020 in Qatar. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this statement without acknowledging the efforts and relentless roles played by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Ghana Football Association, National Sports Authority, and the Ghana League Club, nor forgetting the Committee of Youth and Sports. Their contributions toward the improvement of this team that has paid off. Let's all remain positive and support the Black Stars in every way that we can bring this joy once again to the minds and hearts of Ghanaians come this November. Mr. Speaker, may God bless Ghana football. Long live Ghana Black Stars. We wish you the very best in the upcoming season. Aiko. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Adams Abdul Salam. New Edibiasi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on Ghana Black Stars qualification for the Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup. Mr. Speaker, at about 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 29, there were spontaneous shouts of joy and honking of car horns in vicinities across Accra, and I believe it was the case across the country. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the widespread celebration was obvious. The second leg of the World Cup qualifying encounter between Ghana and Nigeria in Abuja had ended 1-1 and sealed Ghana's qualification for the 2022 FIFA World Cup, staged later this year in Qatar. Mr. Speaker, after the first leg in Kumasi, where we failed to beat our Nigerian counterparts, the task ahead of the team had become more daunting, though quite a number of us knew too well that the Black Stars were up to the challenge. Mr. Speaker, the team went to Abuja and delivered a masterstroke of a performance that saw Thomas Partey score the opener for the blistering Black Stars of Ghana before Nigeria equalized through a penalty, resulting in us qualifying on the away goal rule. Mr. Speaker, this joy and excitement from this victory cannot be overemphasized, especially as we failed to qualify to the 2018 FIFA World Cup. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot be prouder of our team for having this qualification at the expense of our rivals, Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, the players who are the main actors on the field deserve unfettered plaudits for putting in a shift in such a hostile atmosphere and perpetually ending the long-standing debate between Ghana and Nigeria on who has a better national team. Mr. Speaker, our technical team's ingenuity for this playoff will need more than a day to discuss. The four leading coaches of the team, headed by Otoado and aided by George Boateng and Didi Dramani, with technical advice from Chris Hughton, were put together, Mr. Speaker, just for these games and had never worked together. Still, Mr. Speaker, they brought astuteness to bear on the team, which we can all attest to. Mr. Speaker, aside from the massive gains Ghana made on the field in Abuja, the violence that erupted after the final whistle must be condemned in no uncertain terms. Despite the healthy rivalry between us and Nigeria, we hold them as our brothers. So seeing such scenes on TV after the game was shocking and disappointing. Mr. Speaker, our Nigerian brothers held us to a draw in Kumasi, but no case of violence was recorded whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, we hope our brothers would appreciate the reality of football, that they cannot always win their games. And the fact is, they have not always won their games. Mr. Speaker, I would like to suggest that as we revel in this sweet victory, we should also be mindful of the main task ahead of the team. Therefore, we must impress on the team's managers to start putting appropriate measures for preparation that will see us get a good tournament in Qatar later this year. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the Minister for Youth and Sports, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, and the President of the Ghana Football Association, Mr. Keto Kreku, for this remarkable achievement. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the Black Stars players, the technical team headed by Otuado were fantastic and deserve our praise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Is that the honourable member for Kwadaso?
Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the two statements ably made by our colleagues. Honourable Speaker, it is not all the time that failure becomes something bad. At times, failure prepares you or gives you the opportunity for you to do something new. A few months ago, we were here not happy, and Ghanaians were also not happy because we failed to advance into the knockout stages of the AFCON. And I'm sure that the suggestions, the positive criticisms were embraced by the technical handlers of our national team to prepare them for what we witnessed on the glorious day 2 days ago on Tuesday. Honourable Speaker, whilst commending the makers of the statement, I also want to single out the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, on whose birthday we recorded this massive, miraculous, and memorable feat in the annals of football in this country. I also want to commend the Sports Minister, the DFA President, and the technical handlers of the national team for what they've done for us. Honourable Speaker, whilst I was glued to my TV set watching the game, I saw a completely different Black Stars. I saw a Black Stars that was hungry for success. I saw a team that was motivated. I saw a team that had all the passion to achieve something for this country. Mr. Speaker, we are part of them, and we are hopeful that the feat they chalked on Tuesday will be repeated when they go to Qatar later this year. And I want to plead with all of us to rally behind them, not only when they succeed, but even in their failures. And we must support them not only after they've achieved something remarkable. Even if they fail, we must be behind them. We must rally around them. We must encourage them. We must motivate them. And that is what, for me, support is all about. You don't only become joyous when your team is happy or achieve something great. When they are down, you must also be with them. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I know and I'm confident that in Qatar, the Black Stars will shine. The Black Stars will grow. And what they did in South Africa, I'm convinced that they will do more than that. Whilst I'm wishing the Black Stars well, I'm also wishing all the teams that qualify from our continent well. They must go and do Africa proud. They must go and prove to the whole world that what other continents can do, we can even do much better, at least for the first time. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful unto you once again for the opportunity given to me to add my voice to this important statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honour.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement. And let me also add that we certainly couldn't have been prouder than the very day we beat Nigeria. And for me, as a person and an Arsenal fan, it was sweeter that our players scored the goal. We have had a long-standing relationship with Nigeria. We have had socio-economic ties with them. And the reason is simple. The rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana predated the independence of these two countries. To that extent, Nigeria cannot compete with any country within the West African sub-region except Ghana. And the reason is simple. No Nigerian will feel comfortable in many of the West African states except in Ghana. And I shudder to think that no Ghanaian will also feel comfortable in any West African state except Nigeria, if for nothing at all, the language. There are 3 countries or 2 countries between Ghana and Nigeria. Togo is a French-speaking country. Benin is a
Honourable Member, just a minute. The second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. I have to rush and go and receive an important guest, and then I'll come back.
Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
So to that extent, the rivalry, in my opinion, is something that is not bad. Such rivalry between two countries help in competition, and it helps you to put in the best. We are all aware the comments that were made before the match. And I watched on video with some profound nostalgia and to some extent anger. Football players and past players in Nigeria, the kind of comments they made, they vaunted about the beauty of their stadium. And I told a Nigerian friend, it is not just about stadium, it is about the quality of play. The maker of the statement indicated the number of times we have played matches together, and also indicated how many times we have beaten them. And that for me should have been a lesson, that no matter the players we have, what we demonstrated in Abuja was not the name of players, but the quality of our team. And we certainly could not have thanked anybody except the outstanding technical support our coach got. I want to say a word of caution that qualifying for the World Cup is just the beginning of the journey. Ghana is the only African country that has ever played up to the quarterfinal. Senegal did. We had the opportunity to have advanced to the semi-final. Unfortunately, we missed out in the penalty shootout. It is my prayer and hope that we are not going past the quarterfinal. I am very convinced that we may be able to get to final. And the moment that happens, at least we will look beyond the excruciating economic conditions under which we have been subjected and take glory in the performance of the Black Stars. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement. As if for nothing at all, they made us understand that in difficulty, subjected by inept policy decisions, there is still something that can give us some hope.
And at least an Adu can do something.
At least there is one Adu who can give us smiles on our faces. And whereas one Adu denied us smiles, one Adu provided smiles on that day. With these few words, I want to thank the maker of the statement and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute.
Well, my understanding is that we should move to leadership. Is that the indication?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, that decision came late, so I will cede my leadership role to the ranking member of Youth and Sports.
The ranking member of Youth and Sports?
Mine slot to the ranking member for Youth and Sports, but the first Kusasi lawyer and a former sportsman and a sprinter, Honorable Cletus Asbuka, the leader, former leader of this house, is also on his feet. So if after considering the ranking member with his pedigree, he will be, because he was correcting the Honorable Mutaka that, oh, Cameroon, Rojabila, and those things, maybe he will have some facts to be corrected. So,
but has any lady also contributed? So no lady has also contributed. So Honorable Wayomi, before I come to you, let him go to. But be brief, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the honor done me for allowing me to contribute to the statement ably made by my two honorable colleagues. I want to add my voice in appreciating the playing body for the victory they brought us and that's on our faces. They indeed exhibited great team spirit, and I believe that it united the nation around something. And indeed, football has been said to be a unifying game, and that was not lost to us or lost on us. Mr. Speaker, whilst we commend and appreciate and congratulate the Black Stars for the victory they brought us, I also want to take this great opportunity on this August occasion to commend the Black maidens. They have indeed impressed the nation and has raised high the flags of Ghana. They have qualified for the Under-20 Women's Cup, and the Black maidens deserve our salute. As we recognize the efforts that the Black Stars have put in, we should also recognize the efforts that the Black maidens are putting in to place the name of this nation very high. Mr. Speaker, it is rather unfortunate that much of the efforts of the Black maidens have not received the needed support, in the sense that there were no government officials present at their match. And as MPs sometimes go to support Black Stars when they are playing, there was nothing like that for the Black maidens. It's been a long victory, and I think that this has to change. The story has to change. The women deserve our support, right from this house to the executive. We need to support them, mobilize resources in order for them to rise higher. If they have the potential, then we need to support them to make sure that everyone, in fact, including other lesser known sports, that is placing the name of Ghana higher, should be supported to do so. On this note, and with these brief remarks, once again, let me congratulate not just the Black Stars, but the Black maidens of Ghana. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Ishieso, but please be brief. Take note of what the lady did. Please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as my colleagues have done this afternoon, I'd like to add my voice to the good comments they made. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the entire team and the management and the country, spectators, and every stakeholder in our country for the yeoman's job that we did as a country. Mr. Speaker, however, we need to seriously review the entire activities when it comes to football industry in Ghana. We did well. We prayed a lot. Normally, when Ghanaians begin to realize that in terms of having competitive edge, there are issues, then we put all the loads on God. We'll be praying day and night and fasting. Yes, God has listened to our prayers. But 3
things I believe in: prayer, faith, and action. I think it is time we realized as a country that modern day football, in terms of talent building, in terms of managing, in terms of offering consistent, in terms of resources into these areas, things have. I've seen other regions that they don't even have the fitting football pitch. We need to sit down and develop a program. The fact that we qualify for World Cup doesn't mean we should sit down and be tickling ourselves and be happy and laughing. The task ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, is much more Herculean, tedious, cumbersome, laborious. We need to accept that. Once we appreciate that, we will be motivated enough as a country to commit a lot of resources, time and energy into building our football team. The Ghana football team we knew years back are not the same as what we see today. It calls for, more attention, more concentration, and making sure that greater part of our budget as a country goes into these areas. We did well. So, I know going to the World Cup, we'll still pray, knowing Ghanaians and have faith. But I challenge the relevant stakeholders who are directly handling the Black Stars to put in more effort and energy and resources and make sure that Ghana will come back with a World Cup, whatever it is, competition with a cup, and make sure that Mr. Speaker, we as a country on the continent Africa will be the first time, just as we won our independence, to bring home the cup from the world. Mr. Speaker, that's all that I can say.
From Onono, can I come to leadership? Okay, Honorable Yumi, just 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to a statement well delivered by my two colleagues and to congratulate the Black Stars for the defeat of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I use this opportunity, as all have done, to congratulate the management, the technical team, and the playing body for what they did in Nigeria to bring back once again the shining star of good memory on this continent and in the world. Mr. Speaker, rising from where the Black Stars fell, in fact, in Cameroon, the aftermath of it, I'm sure we all saw how Ghanaians were not happy, and many who were not even Ghanaians in Cameroon, far away, were not happy the Black Stars crashed out of the tournament. Painful as it was, we all lamented. And so, going into the qualifiers, many did not give them the dog chance, believing that probably it was just going to be a formality. But we knew the works that were going on behind the scene to turn the tides. And successfully so, they did so. In fact, they have done us all proud. And so, we all have to look forward, going into Qatar, and the preparation led to that. And as was alluded to by my colleague that had spoken earlier, there will be the need to put in the best in terms of training, resources, the stars, and then engaging them in a lot of friendly tournaments and keeping this particular team together so that we'll be able to live up to our expectations. We do not want to just participate in the world tournament and return, but this time around we should go beyond the quarterfinals. And so, Mr. Speaker,
We had earlier, the minority issued a statement in congratulating them the very night they chalked that success. And building on it is to ensure that we all rally behind the team so that they continue to give us the results we all want. But there's a little admonishment that these and all sports, as much as possible, ought to be depoliticized. We must, as much as possible, veer off politicization of sports so that it enjoys the support of all. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity also to call on Ghanaians to also praise the under-20 team, the women's team, the Black Princess. They also qualified, as my dear colleague from Pro had spoken about. The Black Princess qualified for their World Cup, which will be staged in Costa Rica this year, and in particular between the 10th through 28th of August this year. And of course, there's a need for all of us to put in words so that we can get the executive to give them equal attention and support so that at least they can go and be back with smiles. And obviously, I think there's a need for all of us to have a delegation from Parliament possibly to go and cheer them as they win the win for us. Mr. Speaker, Qatar is very close. November 21st through December 18th. Between now and then, there's a need for all of us to do a lot. And so with this, there will be the need for all of us to support and ensure that the FA and all the technical handlers who matter in putting our boys in readiness for the battle ahead do so that they come back with all the laurels that we all want. Mr. Speaker, I'll come back later with a statement on maybe some finances. Thank you very much for this, and God bless all of us.
Yes, can I come to leadership? I hope you are yielding yours too.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, he trained me. And once he's here, I have no voice.
Very well. I'm so grateful. So, Honorable Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join my colleagues in congratulating the Black Stars, the management, the players, the Minister of Youth and Sports, and all stakeholders associated with our victory in Nigeria. On this floor, Mr. Speaker, a few days or so to the match, I had my reservations. I was not optimistic that we will win the match. And there were two reasons for this. One, Mr. Speaker, there was a new coach who had just been appointed within a week or two to handle the Black Stars to victory. That was a big challenge. When was he to study the players, know those to subtract and know those to add? That was a challenge. Secondly, late camping. I recall that some of the players reported to camp about 2 days to the match. How were they going to adapt to the tactics of the new coach and to be able to play with their colleagues? These were the two challenges that I had in my mind, and that is why I was quite apprehensive of our good performance on that day. But thankfully, and God being on our side, we delivered the goods on that day. And that is why I join my colleagues in thanking the management team, the coach, the players, the ministry, and all those who in diverse ways, plus the ways and means people who contributed to our success. I was vindicated because on that day, Mr. Speaker, I also made the point that matches between Nigeria and Ghana did not have a firm guide. It would depend on determination. It would depend on hard work and sacrifice. And I think that our boys were determined, they worked hard, they sacrificed, and that is how we got the positive result. We congratulate them. Now, what is the way forward, Mr. Speaker? The honeymoon must be over. Qatar is not going to be a joke.
the honeymoon must be over. So I want to profile some few recommendations that will ensure that when we go to Qatar, we will perform well and then put Ghana in the world map. First, we should maintain the coach. We are used to changing coaches at random. I think that Coach Ado has done well. We should maintain him. Number two, we must maintain the core players that made us proud in Abuja some few days ago. We should maintain the core players that made us proud. And number three, Mr. Speaker, we should do early camping. We should camp early enough. It is not, you can't go to the World Cup by camping for 1 week or 2 weeks and think that you can perform. You cannot perform. So we have to camp early. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, we should avoid what happened in Brazil in 2014. Those of us, I was in Brazil in 2014. I was in South Africa in 2010 to support the Black Stars. And I'm confident that my very good friend, the Deputy Majority Leader, Minority Chief Whip, will make sure that I join them to go to Qatar. Because anywhere I go, I bring goodwill. But what happened in Brazil in 2014 must be a lesson to us. We were there when we saw that players were not even taking instruction from the coach. We were there when we saw that players were fighting among themselves and management and boxing each other. We were there when players said, unless they bring money, cash all the way from Accra to Brazil, they would not play. All that was an indictment, and no wonder we didn't perform well. We should be guided by the past, and I'm confident that if we pull our resources together and close our ranks, Ghana will perform well in Qatar. Once again, I congratulate the team, I congratulate the Greens that mastered and they made sure that we won the match. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership. I hope Deputy Majority Leader, you heard, is it invitation to treat or request to treat?
Speaker, I'll yield my space to the Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for English. But please be brief. We have debate to make, so be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my leader for the opportunity to contribute to this important. I believe that many radio stations are following the discussion with respect to the Black Stars. Mr. Speaker, I was so excited, and you can see from my voice that I lost my voice as a result of celebrating the Black Stars 2 days ago. Mr. Speaker, I was in Cameroon to chair the Black Stars when we went to the nations, African Cup of Nations. We came back with a defeat we have never experienced before. The spirit of the country went down and everybody had given up on the Black Stars. Mr. Speaker, it took the courage of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, it took the courage of the Mr. President, and it took the courage of many football lovers of this country to encourage them to pick the pieces together once again. Mr. Speaker, they've taken the challenge and they've gone to Nigeria to make all of us proud. Mr. Speaker, it is important that as a country we relook at our football once again. We are always looking at the end product, but investment at the local level is missing. Those of us who grew up in Tema, court football is the basis for doing well at the senior level. We've lost touch with the investment at our juvenile football. I think that if we want the Black Stars to keep performing very well at the international stage, we should really look at investing at the local level. And I'm grateful to the Ministry for Youth and Sports for the massive infrastructure investments across the 10 existing regions before the 6 newly created regions. The youth resource centers that are being constructed and the many astroturfs that are being constructed in this country is a way to support the investment in football infrastructure in Ghana. As we go to Qatar, the same spirit with which we support the Black Stars to beat Nigeria, I pray that Ghanaians should continue to support the Black Stars to be able to do well past the quarter-final stage we were at the last time, 2010. This time, we want to get to the finals. We want Ghanaians to support the Stars, and we want Ghanaians to be more careful the way we criticize.
When we are going to the Nations Cup, many often than not, it is about the financial part of it, how much government is spending on the Black Stars or the national team. It is important what Ghana stands to benefit by way of participating in this tournament far outweighs the investment we'll be making in the Stars as they go to Qatar. I pray that the necessary dividends, business community should position themselves to take advantage of our participation in the World Cup so that it will inure to private businesses in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Yes, we are bringing the statement to. Only that I cannot deny my advancing Koswahili. Senior Prefect, please. Once I cannot deny you, but I give you small time. So, yes.
Very small time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would have been remiss of me if I didn't say anything. Remember what I said the last time, what happened. So it's just fair that I say something. But before I do, let me remind my colleagues on the other side, I do not do silly partisan politics. I am recorded to have said on Facebook that the Black Stars would win and put the NDCs to shame. It's on one of the whatever. Number one, I don't do Facebook. That's one. Number two, I don't do that sort of cheap politics. We were here the other day when we were all congratulating, crying, and doing all sorts of things. Black Stars is the whole of Ghana. So when you see any attribution to Katie Hammond on things like that, please ignore it. We are brothers and sisters against your point when we argue, but not on national matters like that. It was brought to my attention that I'm castigating, evading, and saying things about my colleagues on matters like that. Nothing to do with me, ignore it. My brothers, look at them. My brothers, most of them are brothers. Yeah, so ignore it. This is national matter. Let's make a very short one. The Minister for Sports, if he's here, the last time I said, take it off, you don't sack him, you'll be sacked. This time, congratulations, I clap you, I lift up my hand for you myself. So, clap for him, that's a clap for the Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, you see, we call for the sacking of the coach. The coach was sacked. We got a new one. Reorganization. Look at the product. I remember, I think this is it's a repeat of what happened in 1973. Those of us who are grown enough. 1973, Kwabena and I were at Yeji. We were at Yeji 1973 when they bent our bus. Those who remember, I think they bought us, there was a replacement bus. Those who remember. So, well done, the Black Stars. You are going to Qatar in June or January. When are they going? November. November is not very hot. November is a little calmer. They done well. All, Mr. Speaker, I've come to say is that the criticism in the House paid off. They done well. I heard a lot of people had their dinner before they watched the match. I watched with my one eye closed because I heard a lot of people calling God again. Who are hero? But in the end, it paid off. Congratulations to the Black Stars. I'm not sure we are going to win the World Cup, but surprise us, win the World Cup and bring it back home. We'll be very happy, Mr. Speaker. But they did well. They did well. I'm not going to say, yeah, they can't say Manu here, I was here, yeah. But before. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Kwabena, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker allowed my...
They are contemporaries.
Mr. Speaker allowed my junior brother to speak, with emphasis on junior. And so the senior brother also has to speak. Mr. Speaker, the Black Stars, as the Honorable Katie Hammond said, by sacking just the coach and reorganizing the team, there has been a lot of improvement. Mr. Speaker, there should be a lot of lessons for us as a country. That some people, some square pegs in round holes, the day will have the courage to sack them and reorganize. The Ghanaian economy, the Ghanaian polity, the Ghanaian society will be better off. Mr. Speaker, we have our nation, we have the capability to rise to the occasion if we will organize ourselves well. We should never create team gods, whether in sports, in management, in the economy, in society as a whole. I want to add my voice to the chorus of appreciation for the gallant work performed by our Black Stars. This is the Black Stars we had known. This was the type of Black Stars we aspired to when both of us were goalkeepers. That is the Ghana Black Stars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we bring statement to a close. And let me thank all contributors. We are now coming to debate the statement that was made to the House and by extension to the nation by His Excellency the President of the Republic. So I've received the names from both sides. Honorable leadership, how many times are we allotting to each contributor? Very well. Directive or the instruction given to me by the leadership is that the mover of the motion and the seconder will have 20 minutes each. Then all the other contributors will have 10 minutes. I hope we appreciate the time. Let's abide by the time. We don't want unnecessary hecklings. Let's listen to each one and the nation will be the beneficiary. So we will start with Honorable Member for Abuakwa South to move the motion. Yes, Honorable, you may move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this Honorable House thank His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation which he ably delivered to Parliament on Wednesday, the 30th day of March, 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, the delivery to Parliament of the message on the state of the nation is consistent with Article 67 of the Constitution, and it is very clear to everybody that the President acquitted himself very well and discharged that obligation. Honorable Speaker, one matter of consequence is that there was decorum, and we also witnessed the propriety and the good sense with which the entire House, especially our colleagues on the other side, honorable members, received the message of the President. It was very remarkable. The atmosphere was devoid of the football field jamboree, and I might say that the opposition was very decent. Honorable Speaker, the President touched on a very important matter that I want to stress upon, which has to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Speaker, a lot of people who want to live in oblivion as if the COVID-19 pandemic never happened. But as the record shows, and as it's a worldwide event, the President and the management of the COVID-19 situation was exemplary. As a matter of fact, what is on record for Black Africa is that in Ghana, only 1,445 of us, Ghanaians, passed away under this pandemic. It is measured as 0.6% of what happened in Africa. And that is something that is evidence of good leadership. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. As a matter of fact, the measure of good leadership is the mountains you climb. I always say all the time that the test of a good leadership is when you have something gargantuan, a problem which is hydra-headed, and the manner in which you are able to handle the situation is a mark of leadership. When everything is good for you and the variables are on your side, I don't think that is a mark of leadership. It's the activity of normalcy. But we must say that the manner in which President Akufo-Addo handled the pandemic and what we witnessed is the mark of leadership. I was going to juxtapose the COVID-19 with what we experienced some time back in terms of the Doomsday experience. And you could see that some of these matters would always go down in history that a man rose up to the occasion, and we say in Twi, that is to say, if you don't praise me, don't vilify me. Kudos to Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Honorable Speaker, one event which has also pushed us to come to terms with our situation is the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute. We shouldn't sit down until we have challenges before we do an ambulance kind of leadership. Government is not running an ambulance. It's seeing issues from afar and proffering solutions in solving them. So we welcome the National Vaccine Institute that President Akufo-Addo is pushing, and when the bill is put in place, I think this Honorable House will graciously pass the National Vaccine Institute to give the legal foundation for its operation. Honorable Speaker, one problem that has arisen is that the COVID-19 has shown the poverty of our health system. As a matter of fact, we have been educated that some districts in this great country of ours have no hospitals. That is why the President has also come out with this huge infrastructure rollout that every district in this country should have a hospital. So the Agenda 111 is born out of our crisis. I do not think even the great Kwame Nkrumah, with the largesse of the British Exchequer, ever dreamed that every district in Ghana should have a hospital. President Akufo-Addo is a visionary leader, and we shouldn't ignore that at all. Honorable Speaker, in the wake of the COVID-119, about 33,900 jobs will be created. And this is very, very important in trying to solve some of the health challenges that we face. We are also told, and as a matter of fact, that the unbudgeted monies to ensure that our children stayed in school during the COVID environment was in the neighborhood of 1.9 million Ghana cedis. while some nations are shut down and children lost academic years, it didn't happen to us at this side of the world. And that is very, very good to know. Honorable Speaker, we also had the benefit of free water and free electricity. I do not even in Britain. I mean, when we say that the economy is robust, is one of the economies we should emulate, they had this kind of arrangement. But the COVID came with a cost, and the president said it in clear terms, with the kind permission, I like to quote. You know, data from the Ministry of Finance tells us that an amount of 17.7 billion, or 4.6% of GDP, has been spent in containing the pandemic since 2020. That is a fact of our circumstances. So sometimes when we are talking about some of the challenges we are facing, these facts should not be lost on us. Honorable Speaker, I did a little bit of research, and I came to some conclusion that unless we want to live in a cemetery, we will not come to terms with what happened to the entire globe by reason of the pandemic. And with your kind permission, if I may quote the Congressional Research Service report on the global economic effects of COVID-19. This may be found at page 4, and I may want to quote. Page 4 of the entire report. I think, my colleague on the other side is fact-based. Of 110, is a huge document. I can't read all, so I could. Oh, please, stop heckling your brother, who is your senior at the back. According to the October 2020 World Economic Outlook prepared by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, global economic growth fell to an annualized rate of about negative 3.2% in 2020, with recovery of 5.9 projected for 2021 and 4.9 for 2022. The IMF also concluded that advanced economies will face continued economic challenges into 2022 as a result of supply shortages, and the prospects of low-income developing economies had darkened considerably due to disparities in access to vaccines and differences in economic policy support. I wouldn't want to quote some of the problems that Nigeria faced, just backdoor. Let me move on. It is a global challenge, and we can't wish it away, with serious consequences for our people. Honorable Speaker, education is the way to go. It's been said, if you think education is expensive, then try poverty. So, the President announces to this august House that our children will continue to be educated and be equipped to run a modern, digitalized economy. The free senior high school and the free technical and vocational education and training are the best vehicles we have devised to take us to the realization of our goal of an educated and skilled workforce. We might not have the tangibility of what the President is saying now, but I can assure you the next 20 years, the effect of the investment in free senior high school and the TVET will be realized. And that is how it's good. Sometimes people want to have jollof and rice, but when you invest in education, which I call the intangibles, you'll find a better nation in the next 20 years to come. Honorable Speaker, let me address another matter of great importance that the President spoke about, agriculture. It is the backbone of this economy. But another dimension of our agriculture is that half the time it's rain-fed. You cannot have modern agriculture which is rain-fed, which depends on the vagaries of the weather. Therefore, the President announced something like the Tono Irrigation Dam, which has been fully rehabilitated and is back to life and fully operational. Honorable Speaker, whenever you have an agriculture which is dependent on irrigation, that means you can have all year agricultural rollout. And it is very, very important for the economy of this country. It is equally true when he mentioned the Corn Left Bank irrigation project, which is also going to help us in the way we do our agriculture in this country. On the wake of that is also 80 warehouses, which has a capacity to store 80,000 metric tons of our products. Honorable Speaker, one of the things I heard, which is very good for us, that the all-year agriculture rollout, because of the dam system, produce vegetables. And the President said we have off-take agreements in which individuals will just take the products that we produce, and then we'll be better off in terms of foreign exchange. That is very innovative, and we should continue in that path. The record of this country will depend on cocoa, the raw beans of the cocoa. As a matter of fact, the President reported to this House that he has secured a record of 1,047,385 tons of cocoa. And for the cocoa farmer, there's a secure living income differential of $400 per ton. Rather, Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit that we should move forward in processing the cocoa in this country. I wish to submit that the day that we have the best advantage of cocoa is when we become the best exporter of chocolate, which is to say we don't have to export cocoa beans raw and think that that is where we want to go, but we should be able to process cocoa into chocolate so that the European countries and America and the rest of the world will import the chocolate products of this country. That is the value addition that will bring the paradigm shift in our economy. I think we should move in that direction. Now, some people were trying to rubbish technology and digitalization of the economy. And I'm happy to hear the President talk about the fact that the paperless ports raked in good revenue for this country. And with customs revenue alone for 2021, it stood at 16.08 billion as opposed to, that was in 2021, as opposed to 12.03 billion in 2019. We should promote technology and digitalization as a way of affecting the entire economy. They were talking about people who do not know their date of birth and the rest of it. And we can avoid all this kind of mockery about official aid, football aid, and the rest of things that people want to use in taking advantage of the situation we have. Honorable Speaker, Africa should be united. A divided Africa. What should unite us, the President Raleigh said, should be trade. We should have space to trade among ourselves. People are fixated with the situation that, oh, everything Africa is doing should benefit Europe. What is the trade level amongst Africans? I think the President touched on it right, that we should be very serious in trading amongst ourselves. And if we pay regard to the African Continental Free Trade Area, we should leverage on that. And African unity, in which President Nkrumah spoke about, should have full expression in trade amongst ourselves. That will be the beginning point of our prosperity, if Africans begin to trade among ourselves. Honorable Speaker, I don't intend to be offensive because of how I've said that the great people on the other side of the aisle showed a lot of respect and decorum to the president. But I must say that initiatives of great consequences have come from the new Patriotic Party. We don't have to pay lip service to 1D, 1F at all. Because if we don't industrialize, we are walking backwards into the Gettysburg economy. That is why the initiative of President Akufo-Addo in bringing about one district, one factory, we shouldn't play it down at all. And we should push it to the point that every district of this realm should be industrialized. Well, if you care to know, and if you are not, living in a pigeonhole and you want to live outside this hallowed chamber, the president reported, and if you care to know, that at least we have about 278 projects going. That is remarkable. That is remarkable. In the districts, not in Accra or in Chama. Right now, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is moving forward in the right direction. To have, for the first time, serious vehicle assembly plants being, rolled out in Ghana, it's not a child's play. If the international market do not see the significance of the economy, you won't have vehicle assembly plants. The economy is very significant, and the economy has prospered under President Akufo-Addo, and I think many more serious things will happen. Madam Speaker, we're talking about infrastructure rollout for the judiciary.
Yes, honourable member, you are high there, begin to descend for London.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think I've done only 18 minutes, but I'm told I'm supposed to do 25 minutes. 20 minutes. Oh, goodness me, because then I didn't know that. So, Madam Speaker, I want to touch on the judiciary and probably talk about coup d'etats and our end. I wouldn't go more than that. Madam Speaker, I've submitted to this House previously, some of you just came back before, that it used to be the case that some people used to think that the judiciary is an appendage of government. But the judiciary is an arm of government. And it's good to hear that there's a serious housing facilities for the judiciary in terms of the court blocks and accommodation for judges. It is something in the right direction, and we should appreciate what President Akufo-Addo is doing. Now let me touch on coup d'etats and I'll end. The president spoke about coup d'etats, and it is some thinking of some other people that whenever they think that there's a problem with government, the way out is coup d'etats. That June and anemic argument should not find favor with this House. And members of this House to condemn any agitation that there should be coup d'etats. For example, when we had Dumso, why should there be a coup d'etat? Because the country is going through power challenges during President Mohammed's time. There was no agitation that there should be coup d'etat. What we do is that when a government is going through challenges, you decide the fate of government through the ballot box.
Honourable member, you've exhausted your time, and I will wait that you spend the 20 minutes, so you have to land.
Okay, so let me conclude that Ghana is in capable hands. If you look at the shock absorbers of President Akufo-Addo, most presidents didn't go through what he's going through. So Florian, Ghana, the future is bright. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. We now come to the turn of Honourable Eric Opoku to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member,
Mr. Speaker,
for your attention, you have 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I would like to make some few observations. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Atachia, who moved the motion, enumerated a number of interventions that the government of the MPP has rolled out since assumption of office. But, Mr. Speaker, there is one important initiative that he did not mention. And I would like to add that one for him.
Honorable, hold on. Your time will be awarded to you. I'm noting the time that is in. Yes, leader.
Just for your guidance, this morning we've been masters of our own rules. Even when it got to votes and proceedings, we use preliminary objection to do corrections. I don't know which part we want to go. It is my information. The Honorable Attacher moved the motion. And he's supposed to second. Mr. Speaker, one of the few mature, smart, elegant MPs who trained some of us when we entered this house was Honorable Eric Opoku. And he knows how to second a motion. You know how to second a motion. You don't use an opportunity to second to attack the mover of the motion. And you know that. Why do you second and you say you are making an observation? What observation? Second and make your own point. If you did not prepare for this debate, say so. We will second it ourselves. If you are not ready to second, say so. We will second it ourselves. Why do you then as if you didn't prepare? Go to your own note and use your note to second the motion.
A deputy majority is completely out of order. I mean, it's not an intervention.
Hello, honorable members. Honorable, you spent only 30 seconds. So you begin from 30 seconds only. So. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the motion moved and yet to be seconded is a motion to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic on the message of the State of the Nation delivered in this House. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the planning committee that organized yesterday's program. And if you look at the way we started and ended and how the mover of the motion has also begun, it is my plea that we should let that same continue. And like the deputy majority that stated, the Honorable Eric Opoku is one of the most intelligent and senior most members of this House. And the Speaker, every prediction and every fact that he always brings are factual. Even when he predicted that we are importing cassava from China, it was proved by the minister it is a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, as he has begun, today he is bringing new revelations. And I want to plead with my deputy majority leader to keep quiet and wait for the new revelations that the Honorable Eric Opoku is going to bring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Eric Opoku, you may now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attacher enumerated a number of initiatives they have introduced since they assumed office. But there is one he did not mention, and I would like to mention it so that he can add to his list. The government decided, as part of its initiatives, to buy past persons instead of textbooks. That is one of the initiatives. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, our beloved country, is skint, and the people are exposed to intolerable levels of deprivation, largely attributable to mismanagement, incompetence, and demonstration of nonchalance on the part of those at the helm of the nation's affairs. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Ghana, in performing a constitutional duty before this House, on page 5 of the message on the state of the nation, stated, and with your indulgence, I quote, Mr. Speaker, the NPP government came into office with a plan to build a resilient economy and set us on the path to prosperity. We were on course, and our performance between 2017 and the beginning of 2020 demonstrates we were making rapid progress. Mr. Speaker, this is the statement of the President, that before COVID, they were making rapid progress. But Mr. Speaker, The World Bank indicates that this statement is inaccurate. The World Bank states that the statement that they were making rapid progress before COVID is inaccurate. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the country director. Mr. Speaker, the country director of the World Bank, Pierre Laporte, speaking at the One Ghana Movement lecture, had this to say about the Ghanaian economy. And with your indulgence, I quote, "It is a really serious situation, and we have not hidden the fact. When we discussed with the Minister, Ken Oforiatta, and with all the people in finance and the head of state, President Akufo-Addo, the situation is very difficult right now. Ghana faces a very tough road ahead to restore macro sustainability. Yes, COVID-19 has not helped, but even before COVID-19, there were signs that the situation was getting a bit challenging. So the key thing is to be transparent with the people. Yes, the figures speak for themselves, but not everyone understands what the numbers mean. So it is important to talk about it like we are doing, unquote." Mr. Speaker, this is the view of the World Bank on the Ghanaian economy. What are the issues involved here? The first issue is that even before COVID, they have put Ghana on the road to destruction. Before COVID. COVID only accelerated the pace to where we are now. That is the view of the Bank of Ghana. The World Bank. And Mr. Speaker, the World Bank is also saying that the government is not transparent with the people. They are always economical with the truth. They don't give us the true picture of what is happening in our economy. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the President of the Republic of Ghana appearing before this House to perform a constitutional duty of a message on the state of the nation, and the President decided not to tell us about how much this country is owing? He refused to tell us about our debts. But you recall that in 2017, when the President appeared here to deliver his maiden address, emphasized on the debt and the interest payment. At that time, the debt was 122 billion. And Mr. Speaker, the interest payment was 14.1 billion. Today, as of November 2021, Ghana debt had ballooned from 122 billion to 344.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, they have increased the public debt by a whopping 222.5 billion. This has never happened in the history of this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is the true state of the nation. And the interest payment has jumped from 40.1 billion to 45.3 billion. 45.3 billion. And Mr. Speaker, how do we pay this interest? Even raising money to pay the interest on loan has become a headache. And the President decided to hide this information from the good people of the country. That is why the World Bank is advising this government that they should be transparent. World Bank is telling you, you are exercising leadership over people. So when they call you to account for your stewardship, don't hide the facts. Tell them the truth. Courageously indicate that you have messed up the Ghanaian economy and therefore you apologize. Mr. Speaker, the President made another statement. Page 9 of the statement, and it reads, "There is no doubt that but for the biggest interventions we have made in agriculture in the past 5 years, which have made us more self-reliant in our food needs, our country will have been at much greater risk as the fallout worldwide increases in freight charges, hit prices in our markets and on our supermarket shelves." Mr. Speaker, What the president is saying is that through the interventions they have rolled out, Ghana is self-reliant in our food needs. So now we are able to produce enough food to feed the good people of our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not correct. Factually inaccurate. And I want to demonstrate that. Mr. Speaker, when you read their own budget, it appears that whenever they want to tell us something, they write anything they want and go away with it. Mr. Speaker, your budget is saying that you import almost everything in terms of food. And you appear before this August House to indicate that you are able to produce enough to feed your people. Indeed, Ghana is a food deficit country, a country that is unable to produce enough to feed its people, and therefore we import almost everything. Mr. Speaker, in the 2021 budget, paragraph 397, Ghana spends a whopping 470 million every year on the importation of poultry products into this country. And that constitutes 78% of our total demand in the country. So we import 78% of our total demand into this country from outside. And we are talking about self-sufficiency.
Total demand of what?
The total we import, the budget says that we spend 470 million, your own budget says we spend 470 million each year to import 78% total demand for poultry. This is paragraph 397 of the 2021 budget. Now when you go to paragraph 394, Ghana spends an average of 1.5 billion a year to import 960,993 metric tons of rice. The total consumption is around 1.5 million metric tons. And if Ghana is importing close to 1 million metric tons, how can we even talk about self-sufficiency? And the president was here courageously saying some of these things. I cannot say that the president lied, but he was economical with the reality. I don't know whether the intention was to whitewash the performance of this government or what. How can the whole president decide not to tell us the truth, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, then when you go to paragraph 393, the very paragraph I referred to the other day, that paragraph says that the government of Ghana, their government, spends a whopping $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion to import sugar, to import poultry, to import cassava, to import tomato, and their related products into this country. So, Mr. Speaker, how can we be self-sufficient? In fact, the Honorable Finance Minister indicated in 2018 that Ghana spent a whopping $2.4 billion on importation of food into this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, if after all this information, the President appears before this House to indicate to us that Ghana is self-reliant in its food needs, Mr. Speaker, there is something wrong. The President's statement indicates that because we are able to produce enough food, prices of food have not been rising because of the external environment. Mr. Speaker, that is also inaccurate. According to Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation averaged 8.48% from 2013 to 2022 January. In 2022 February, just last month, Ghana recorded the highest food inflation ever in the history of this country. And that is 17.4%. Food inflation. Don't you know? You are there. That is your record. The highest food inflation ever in the history of this country has been recorded during the time of Nana Akufo-Addo. This is a fact that can never be controverted by any of you. And Mr. Speaker, according to the Statistical Service, the same record.
Honorable member, focus on the debate.
Yes,
don't invite anybody in the debate. Just focus on it.
Mr. Speaker, the same source indicates that the lowest food inflation ever in the history of Ghana was recorded in July 2014 under the watch of John Mahama. Ghana statistical says go and read their own record. You don't know. Mr. Speaker, there is something here. There is a relationship between food prices and poverty, and this has been established by World Bank. According to World Bank, 44 million people have fallen into poverty due to rising prices of food in developing countries. World Bank. The relationship between food prices and poverty is a positive relationship. When food prices go up, the number of people in poverty. Mr. Speaker, so now that Ghana has recorded the highest food inflation ever, Mr. Speaker, it means that the number of people in poverty has been increasing. So the government of the Northern Kufado, Mr. Speaker, has delivered poverty onto the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Eric, hold on. I'm monitoring your time very well. So, yes.
Speaker, yes, I was equally listening. My colleague made a definite statement that Ghana recorded the highest food inflation ever. He who alleges must prove. Speaker, he cannot just say statistical service and get away with it. Give us better particulars. Which of statistical service publication and the year? Speaker, this is a house of record, and he must do the needful. Speaker, he should not be allowed to get away with this sweeping statement. He needs to support. He needs to support what he said, and he must be accurate and specific in terms of his referencing.
Available leader, what is it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Data from Statistical Service is always a public document. It is always published. So if the honorable member refers to a findings from the Statistical Service, I do not know what exactly my colleague is talking about. The issue, Mr. Speaker, you must know when your leaders on this on the street you keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, he quoted specific figures. If he has a challenge with those figures, he should let us know and give us alternative source. But as we speak now, Statistical Service is a very credible body, and we think that that source is credible. And so what he says does not have any grounds to stand on.
Honorable Eric Opoku, your source, which month? I know Statistical Service has been releasing their report monthly. Which month are you referring to?
Mr. Speaker, I said February 2022. And Mr. Speaker, you see, this is a house of records. And so when you speak and they ask for source, you can even give them more. I'm ready to give them more sources so that they can read and understand. Listen, I'm giving you the source. I'm giving you the source. What is the problem? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. What was it? No, you sit down. Mr. Speaker.
Hold on.
Can you put your thing on? Speaker, I think the cameras are here, and we want to be educative. I don't have a problem if you want to criticize the government but do it responsibly. Speaker, I'm challenging him. He has mentioned a date. February, I heard February 2022.
Yes.
I am demanding of you. If you said February 2022, it doesn't mean anything. Speaker, my colleagues, Speaker, I want to plead if my colleagues will be tolerant to listen.
Honourable members, I'm allowed because he's a leader. That is why I'm indulging him. So, leader, let's hear you so that we have a lot of contributors.
Speaker, it's important. Please, will you indulge me a minute? Just a minute. A second. Just a second. I am saying that you have mentioned a date. What publication are you referencing? Is it the annual report? What is it? What are you referencing? You can't just say February 2022. It's totally unacceptable.
Leader, if I heard me right, he said February 2022.
He should table it. He should table the report. If he's referring to a report, table the report. You can't look on your phone and just mention a date. Table the report.
Yes, Honourable Eric Ogogu, you may continue.
Thank you very much. This morning, Honourable Anodom, my best friend, indicated to me that he was going to disturb me, and I thought it was just on the lighter note. But looking at what he's doing to me today, clearly he has decided to come and then disturb my whole debate, and that is not fair. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of the records and all those from afar, this is a public information. You just pick your phone, go to Google, just Google the highest food inflation in Ghana, and this is what you have, and the source, everything is provided. Food inflation in Ghana averaged 8.48% from 2013 until 2022, reaching an all-time high of 17.40% in February of 2022, and a record low of 5% in July of 2014. What do you want again? What else do you want? Continue. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that there is a relationship between food prices and poverty, and that has been established by World Bank. That when food prices go up, you increase the number of people in poverty. And so now that Ghana and Nana Akufo-Addo has recorded the highest food inflation, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has recorded the highest number of poverty in our country, unprecedented. So they have delivered poverty. But Mr. Speaker, they must know that poverty shortens life. And that is why we say that there is an inverse relationship between poverty and life expectancy. Because when people are poor, they die at early stage. So gradually, this government is killing the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, then Honourable Atachia spoke about cocoa. Mr. Speaker, this August House approved a loan facility of $600 million for the rehabilitation of moribund and diseased farms in this country. Mr. Speaker, COCOBOD has started the program, and they are cutting down cocoa trees to rehabilitate the farms before they hand them over to the farmers. As part of the program, these farmers, because they are losing their source of livelihood, they are to be cushioned. And Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to know how much they are giving to these poor farmers as cushion. Mr. Speaker, for every acre of cocoa they cut, they give the cocoa farmer 400 Ghana for the rehabilitation.
Honourable member, you are up there.
No.
You should begin to descend for.
Mr. Speaker,
We got 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, they give the farmers 400 Ghana cedis. 1 acre of cocoa is able to produce around 25 bags. So if you cut down these trees annually, and then you give the farmer 400 for a period of 3 years, Mr. Speaker, are you not killing the farmer? So gradually, they are killing cocoa farmers through a medical process called association. But Mr. Speaker, there is something more important here. The Cocoa Bond Law, Section 27(3), mandates Cocoa Bond to pay bonus to cocoa farmers every year. Since they assumed office, 5 years now, they haven't paid a peswa in the form of bonus to cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, under our watch, during the time of President Mahama, we established the Cocoa Stabilization Fund, and every year we saved $150,000 in that fund. For 3 consecutive years, we have saved $450,000 US, Mr. Speaker, to cushion cocoa farmers in times of difficulties. Now everything, the price of everything is going up. But Cocoa Board was unable to increase the producer price of cocoa. So the farmers are worse off. This is the time that they have to force the stabilization fund. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, that account is red. They have depleted the resources. They have nothing there to even cushion the cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, all the economic buffers that we built, that anchored the Ghanaian economy, they have destroyed everything. They have destroyed all the economic buffers. We gave them the sinking fund.
Honorable member, you should be
In the
landing.
sinking fund, we have over $500 million.
You should be landing.
Yeah, I should be landing.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we handed over to them sinking fund, in which we had $500 million. Mr. Speaker, that fund was meant to service our debts. Mr. Speaker, they assumed office, they have depleted that fund, and they have borrowed so much, they didn't save a password in that fund to be able to pay off the debt.
Please,
My leader is up.
He's left with 10 seconds. Let him finish so that we move to another person.
Mr. Speaker, I thought because of the interjections, you said because of the interjections, you add 2 more minutes.
Leader,
it is
I am monitoring everything. I'm taking care of all the interjections. Please. Honorable member, you are left with 10 seconds. Please land and 10 seconds.
Honorable. Leader, 10 seconds to your house. Leader, 10 seconds. My respected colleague said, Cocoa Stabilization Fund is red. It's not true. It's not true. I insist. You must withdraw that statement. That is not true. My respected friend, you must withdraw that statement, and then he can proceed. That statement that Cocoa Stabilization Fund is red is not true. I put it to you, it's not true. And he knows. He knows. It's not true.
Leader, he is completing so that
Speaker, I will defer to you. Speaker, I will defer to you on any day. On matter, it's not true. He must withdraw and depart from that and go ahead and make his contribution. The Cocoa Stabilization Fund is not red. Take it from me. And he knows. He knows. He knows.
Okay, mom right. Yes, Eric. Let's address what the please conclude while Mr. Speaker will take over.
Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Stabilization Fund, as we speak today, is in red. There is no password. There is no password in that account. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of establishing the fund is to cushion cocoa farmers in times of need. This is the most critical time in the life of cocoa farmers. Where is the money? Where is the money? Where is the money? Where is the money? Mr. Speaker, then I also spoke about the sinking fund. Mr. Speaker,
exhausted your time. If exhausted your time, thank you very much. And it is the turn
It is the turn. And it is the turn. Honorable members, please, let's have silence. If we keep quiet, you enjoy the debate. Please, let's listen. Now, let's also turn to Honorable Member for Ejiso, Honorable Dr. John Kumar.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Right Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to today's debate and to thank His Excellency the President for the nation's State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, the President delivered a message of hope and comfort to the Ghanaian populace. He reminded us of where we began, the current state of the nation, and how he intends to lead Ghana out of the current difficulties. The President's message of hope couldn't have come at a better time when Ghana has qualified for the 2022 World Cup. The success of the Black Stars tells us that with determination, grit, and the right strategy, any challenges, no matter how mighty they are, even if they are super eagles, we can overcome. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to recognize that His Excellency the President acknowledged that there is a general sense of anxiety in our nation at the moment. And this admission by His Excellency the President is a testament to the fact that he is in touch with the ordinary Ghanaian and understands the times and seasons. The Honorable Eric Opoko in his address spoke about food inflation and the difficult times we are in. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality of the global situation today. Today, as we speak, there are supermarket fights in Germany over cooking oil. Today, as we speak, Germany and Netherlands with their citizens that they must reduce gas used in their homes. As we speak, there are bread shortages in Egypt and Yemen. As we speak, in Nigeria, there are shortages of fuel. They can't get fuel to buy. So, Mr. Speaker, definitely,
Honorable members, let's listen to each other.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Speaker. You all have your bite. If you disagree with the person, hold your peace. When it gets to your turn, you show the disagreement. Please.
Good father.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the reality is that there are global challenges and there are difficulties. But the good news is that the message from His Excellency the President was a clarion call for Ghanaians to be hopeful and to all of us to believe in our can-do spirit. His message gave us hope that no matter how hard the current situation is, he has what it takes and knows what to do to make the situation better. Hope that very soon the unemployed Ghanaian youth under the Youth Start program will begin to find a good and sustainable job. Mr. President gave us hope that having passed the levy, government will now have more revenues to do more for Ghanaians. That Ghana will not under any circumstances return to the International Monetary Fund and impose conditionalities on this country. And the last time our colleagues on the other side took us to the IMF, we left by forming Graduate Unemployment Association in the country. The President gave us hopes that Ghanaians will have access to good and quality health care under Agenda 111 and several others. And there was hope that the economy will rebound and our macro indicators will be very positive soon. The hope that our infrastructure gap will be reduced, more roads are being built, hospitals and schools are being expanded, and our railways are being fixed. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President's message of better times ahead of us was anchored on measures that have been implemented in the past and those that are yet to be implemented. Of course, the passage of levy comes in to augment the revenue pool of government. We know our colleagues on the other side have been taunting us that levy will solve all problems of our country, including even bald head. But Mr. Speaker, if you take time to analyze what we intend to do with levy, you realize that
our contribution of 1.5% of all mobile transactions will go a long way to usher in an era of unprecedented development in our country. For instance, thanks to e-levy, government this year intends to inject 1 billion cedis into ideas and businesses of young people through the U-Start program. And it will continue for the next 3 years, giving us 3 billion cedis. Our participating financial institutions are going to put in 5 billion cedis. Our development partners are expected to give extra 2 billion. That gives Ghana 10 billion cedis ready to be invested in business ideas, innovations, and creativities of young people, and that will help create jobs in this country. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that the unemployed youth in Boko, the unemployed youth in Nadoli, the unemployed youth in Waliwale, Tamale, Suhum, Kasua, Cape Coast, Ashamai, Ejuso, and several others across the country will now begin to have hope of finding a sustainable job in this country. They will earn income and use it to support their families. Just this action by government, the U-Start program, will have ripple effect on several homes and lives, just as we did with the free SHS program, with NAPCO program, with Planting for Food and Jobs, the One District, One Factory, and several others. Another challenge that the U-Start, that the e-levy will help to address, is the roads and digital infrastructure gap in our country. Mr. Speaker, contractors are tired of waiting. Their IPCs are not settled for years because there is lack of regular revenue flows. We believe that with the passage of the e-levy, we are going to see aggressive construction of roads in our country. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy is also going to help with the fiscal consolidation effort and reduce the debt levels of our country. And that also means that we are going to see an improved economic ratings and not returning to the International Monetary Fund, which is the only solution our friends on the other side have always preferred. Why don't you go to the IMF? Go to the IMF. We have shown that we have to building the economy of this country without resorting to conditionalities that will be imposed on this country. We will not go to the IMF today, we will not go to IMF tomorrow, and we are not going as long as the NPP remains in power. Mr. Speaker, looking beyond the e-levy, government is further taking steps to cushion Ghanaians against the hardship caused as a result of the twin crisis of COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. To this end, fuel prices are expected to go down by 1 cedi following the engagement between the Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, the Bank of Ghana, and the Ministry of Finance. Government has also taken some haircut by cutting expenditures, discretionary expenditures up to 30%, 50% cut in fuel coupons for government appointees, imposing moratorium on importation of imported cars, among several others. Mr. Speaker, if anybody has the capacity to bring this nation back on its economic track, it is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the MPP government. Mr. Speaker, we have done it before. In 2001, when our friends took us and left Ghana in Hippie, it was former President Kufuor and the MPP government that took this country's economy and built it into a lower middle income until 2009. By the time we gave it back to them, in 2017, when President Akufo-Addo came, they had taken us back to IMF. It is President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo who took us out of IMF and grew the economy of this country consistently from 2017 to 2019 on a GDP growth of 7%. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ifepoku was talking about our debt. The 222 billion extra debt on your 122 billion, half of it is the liabilities you left. Financial sector bailout alone was 21.5 billion. The IPPs, the doom-solve problems you left, the take-or-pay contract, that alone was 30 billion. The exchange rate effect is about 48 billion. We also inherited undisbursed loans. When you add all that, you are over 100 billion of the 222 billion.
Hold your peace. Yes, Honorable Eric Opoku, it's because you mentioned his name. Okay. And once he stood up, I have to give him the opportunity.
Okay. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned my name and indicated that during my contribution, I made mention of the total debt that they had incurred of 222.5 billion. And then he's saying that part of that money has been used to pay our debt. Mr. Speaker, when we were exiting office, the total debt of the nation was 122 billion. If you borrow 222 to pay that debt, would you have 344.5 million debt left? Who taught you that mathematics? Who taught you that mathematics? If you borrow 222 billion
to pay what?
And you want to pay a debt of 122 billion, Mr. Speaker, your debt can never, by any miraculous means, be 344.5 billion. So you have never paid the first one. You have increased the debt by that margin, and we are holding you accountable. Tell us what you have used that money for. And we are straying into irrelevance. Honourable member, focus on your presentation and leave me out.
Yeah. Honourable Speaker.
Honourable member, just a minute. The Honourable Eric Opoku came under Order 86-5. When you mentioned his name and he stood up, it meant that you might have misunderstood or you might have attacked his character or conduct. And so when that happens, you mention a member's name and the member stands up, the speaker has to give the person the opportunity. And if you read that order clearly, which I may quote for your edification, 86.5 says, a member who has spoken to a question may again be heard for the purpose of explaining some material part of his speech which has been misunderstood, or vindicating his character or conduct if it has been impeached, but he must not introduce. Under that, honourable members, you are permitted to come back after you made a submission. Another member might have misunderstood that submission or said something that has attacked your character or conduct, and you are permitted to come under that. I decided to give you this gratuitous guide because many of you don't go through the standing orders. You may now go on. I've taken note of the intervention and I'll add that time to yours.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Speaker, and I thank you. I am happy that the Honourable admits to the liability that they left, except that he disagrees with how we approach it. But you left that liability. If you want to know where the money is, we have used it to settle your liabilities. There's no more doom so in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about problems in the cocoa sector. In fact, the Cocoa Stabilization Fund had 130 million when the previous CEO was there, Mr. Okuni. By the time he left, it was zero. You can check it. You depleted that account before you left office, and you cannot stand here and create impression that there was some money sitting down. You can go and check. And then also the amount per hectare paid to every cocoa farmer in Ghana is 1,000 Ghana cedis and not 400 Ghana cedis. And you took the cocoa production from 900,000. By the time you left, it was 700,000. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in the history of Ghana that Ghana's cocoa production has hit 1,047,000 tons, metric tons in our country. So let us not create the impression that cocoa production is going on. And our farmers are also receiving premium for the prices that they sell their cocoa because of the partnership with Côte d'Ivoire. So, Mr. Speaker, the President's message of hope contained in the State of the Nation's address is valid. In the days and weeks ahead of us, we will see a gradual restoration of economic indicators, the commissioning of more projects like we just did in Tamale Interchange, stabilization of the Ghanaian cedi.
You may conclude.
Yes, opportunity for any young person to walk into a bank and access a loan under the USTAT under concessionary terms, reduction in fuel prices and several others. All these are the hopes of the Ghanaian. We believe that His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo is working. The MPP government is working. And we can do it and achieve it if we put our hearts and our minds to it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, from the list, I think it's the turn of Honorable Emmanuel Amakufibua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opportunity to contribute to the debate.
I'm told you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll begin by quoting the President as he started speaking. And I quote, "The Ghanaian people are anxious about the economy, the cost of living, income levels, job for young people, and even about issues on which we all thought we had achieved a national consensus. It is not surprising that worries about the stability of the government will become the cause of heightened tension in the nation." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this was the President of Ghana speaking. You would think that this will be somebody who's not in charge. A clear admission that the President himself is admitting that he has run the country to the ground. Mr. Speaker, the President spoke about the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, it has created a challenge for us as a country. He also talked about the recession of Kuwait. And Mr. Speaker, as we pointed out, this will have an impact. But Mr. Speaker, let us be very clear. These challenges cannot compensate for the abnormal borrowing of this government led by President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, these challenges cannot be attributed to the 344.5 billion that has been borrowed since this president took over. Mr. Speaker, the rising inflation, rising unemployment, all the key sectors of this economy, Mr. Speaker, real estate, finance, insurance, health, and the social sector have all seen a decline since this president took over. Mr. Speaker, what does the president do under these challenging times? What you do is that you reduce taxes, you give waivers and reliefs to allow the private sector, which is the engine of growth and the creation of jobs, to create jobs. No, that was not President Akufo-Addo's answer. President Akufo-Addo was so excited about more suffocating taxes. In fact, he boasted that on his birthday, he got a very good present. He talked about the blasters and talk about additional suffocating yield levy taxes. Mr. Speaker, the president was proud that in his budget for 2022, he has imposed inward remittance tax, bank transfer taxes, Momo tax, as I stated, and reintroduced the benchmark values and increased public sector service fees and charges to make life even harder for the private sector to create more jobs. This is the reason why I'm anxious, Mr. President, if you do not know. Mr. Speaker, the President touched on the very important program of his government, one district, one factory. Mr. Speaker, let the world know, and we'll repeat it, the original promise of the MPP government led by President Akufo-Addo was to create a factory in every district, the 261 districts in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let it be very clear. And so we begin by that question. Can any of us point to a brand new factory in our districts? No. Can any of us point to a brand new factory in our district? No. Obviously not me. No. Mr. Speaker, the President stated that 106 projects are currently in operation, factories. He says 148 projects under the one district, one factory are under construction, and say 24 has been actually being created by the youth of this country, and said that in total 278 factories are what they are working on. Mr. Speaker, we should have two concerns here. Mr. President should ask the simplest of questions. Mr. Speaker, we spent 600 million thrown at tax exemption to 37 companies. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Trade was here, and we asked him a simple question to explain to us how he spent 273 million. He explained to us that because interest rate was high, they created something they call participating financial institutions to subsidize participating companies. And so they spent 273 million to reduce interest rates for these businesses. But Mr. Speaker, you know what is sad? I have a long list of companies here. And a lot of these companies, Mr. Speaker, have been in existence. Some of them before I was born. Danef, Daku Farms. These are your one district, one factories. Aspect Pharmaceuticals. Bream Oil Mills. Coastal Foods. Danex. Net Plus Ghana. Prime Wood. Mr. Speaker, these are all factories. Mr. Speaker, at the last count, we had pumped over 1 billion Ghana cedi to this program. Mr. Speaker, and the honest question we should ask ourselves is that if we had given 1 billion Ghana cedi to a private individual, what would have happened? They tell us that for the 1 billion plus, they've created 153,000 jobs. Well, Mr. Speaker, we can't even find the jobs in the factory. This is this government. Mr. President wonders why we are anxious. This is why. Mr. Speaker, the President now talks about the African Continental Free Trade and how touted Ghana's position as the host of the African Continental Free Trade and stated how the headquarters is here. But Mr. Speaker, the fact that the headquarters is here is not enough. How are we doing with exports? I recently had a brief from the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and the challenges we are having. And Mr. Speaker, I'll give you some data about our export efforts. Exports has been declining for the last 5 years. Our total exports in 2019 was 16.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, today it has reduced by 1.4 billion to 14.8 billion. Decline in our exports. So how are we going to compete as a country? What about our interest rates? Mr. Speaker, every indicator that says that we are going to prepare to compete on the continental level, we are failing. And so how is Ghana going to even compete with Morocco when they decide to compete with us? Mr. Speaker, we should also talk about our entire potential. Sheer not, we have the potential to export over 600 million. We are hovering around 390 billion. Well, exactly what are we doing? This government is completely at a loss. Mr. Speaker, we are the second worst producer of cocoa. Yet when it comes to the chocolate production, we are number 12. What are we doing to add value to the things we have comparative advantage as a country? This president have no idea. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why we have so many young people unemployed. We are not creating jobs. We are pretending like we are creating jobs. We are not. And Mr. Speaker, the President was also excited to talk about vehicle manufacturing companies. He talked about a lot of these multinational companies, Nissan, Toyota, and others. Mr. Speaker, you know what they are here to do? They have already manufactured the parts, and they are here to put it together and make their money. That has nothing to do with President Akufo-Addo. Period. That's my view.
You can sit down.
Mr. Speaker, when was the last time this president visited?
Yes, a minute. Yes. Deputy Majority, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority. Yes, sorry.
with respect, my good friend has said that the companies who are going to engage in assembling of parts, vehicle parts, has nothing to do with President Akufo-Addo. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the President had initiated this investor to be in this country. I just want my colleague to acknowledge the role the President has played in this regard. And he can move ahead and make his debate. But to say that it has nothing to do with the President is most unfortunate. And you should know this. You are a former minister. You shouldn't make such statements.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President was so excited that today he was going to commission a new assembly plant. But I asked the question, what is the President doing to support local car manufacturing companies? What is the state of our indigenous car repairs and manufacturing? When was the last time this President visited Swami, Kokompe, or Abosoka? Or he only visited them during campaigns? These local, the base of our manufacturing industry, the car sector, are on their knees. We should be thinking about that. That's where the jobs are created.
Honorable Member, the issue he raised is that you should acknowledge the efforts he made in bringing in those companies who are to do the. That's the issue he raised.
Mr. Speaker, that's a very important step. But I will be so excited on the day that Toyota, Nissan, Kia, and others are not simply coming to put those items that have already been manufactured to just simply assemble them, but to really start from this. That's where jobs are created. And I'm saying that that's a very good first step, but we are not there. If we want, no, but it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my point. My point is that that's important first step, but that does not give us the advantage in any event, Mr. Speaker. When we are impoverishing the very consumers that we've talked about, how many Ghanaians are going to be in a position to buy those brand new cars? That is the point. How many Ghanaians can afford those cars? That's what you should be worried about. That's what I am worried about. That's what we are worried about. Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to salute the gallant NDC minority for standing up for the people of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, I want the world to know, don't jubilate. I saw the Minister of Finance in social media dancing in celebration of the passage of the yield levy. Mr. Speaker, it is not over. And we are going to fight for the people of Ghana to the end. Mr. Speaker, there's something shocking about the state of the nation by this president. There was not one word, Mr. Speaker, I'm now moving from trade.
Honorable Member, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, there was not one word about the upstream petroleum sector by this president. But I can understand why. This president for almost 6 years has not added one producing field to the 3 producing fields led by John Dramani Mahama in the NDC. I can understand why this president mentioned nothing about the petroleum sector. Because we have 2 gas processing plants led by John Mahama and the NDC. And this president has not added anything. Mr. Speaker, if the president wants to understand why the people of Ghana are anxious, this is why. We are not sure where he's taking us. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, if I may continue, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Amin Anta Mohammed.
The guru.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. And I want to thank His Excellency the President for such a wonderful address. which touched on how Ghana is going to be developed to levels that will meet the aspirations of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the economy has recovered significantly from the time when COVID afflicted so much damage to our economy. Today, we are recording significant positive growth rates. His Excellency the President mentioned that the manufacturing sector in particular grew by 7.1%. And that was instructive because he also said that we have kept the lights on. In 2016, we recorded growth in the electricity sector by a negative 5%. Negative growth. This could not have supported manufacturing. And as ISA, India Ghana Social Development Report indicated, we lost about $600 million to the manufacturing sector because of the negative growth that we recorded in the electricity subsector. If the manufacturing sector is growing today, we must commend the President for ensuring that the lights are on. In 2019, electricity growth was 6%. In 2020, it was 7.9%. In 2021, 7.5%. So it is not surprising that the manufacturing sector, which the Honorable Amabua said is the engine of the growth of our economy, is actually living up to the expectations of our people because it is creating jobs, it is contributing to the growth of our economy. Under the 1D1F program, 106 factories are operational.
Yes.
And the President was right.
Yes.
This is why manufacturing is performing well. And the energy sector contributed greatly to this because we have had to facilitate the provision of electricity to some of these 1D, 1F factories across the country.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are not only supplying electricity, but we've also reliability of supply. Because when you do not have reliability of electricity supply, it costs so much to industry. It costs so much to the service industry as well as manufacturing. And we have been able to improve on the reliability of supply.
Yes.
ECG, through government support, had to undertake 389 injection projects from 2020. And so it's not surprising that ECG has reported high levels of reliability. For example, Mr. Speaker, average number of hours supply went off, what we call SIDE, annually reduced from 159 hours in 2016 to 39 hours in 2021. And this is better than what the law prescribes for us to do, because the law says we should do 48 hours in urban areas. We are doing, Mr. Speaker, 39 hours. Average number of power interruptions, what we call SAIFI, has reduced from 73 hours, Mr. Speaker, to 22 hours. Sure. And so reliability has improved significantly. A number of substations have been completed, and this has helped in improving on the reliability, and therefore the cost to industry, manufacturing in particular, and the hospitality industry has reduced significantly. Mr. Speaker, in supplying electricity, we were sensitive to the plight of the people of Ghana. During the COVID period, over 5 million households and over 10 million people were provided with electricity and water subsidies. This is unprecedented because we've had crises in the past, and the people of Ghana were forgotten of. President Akufo-Addo has been so sensitive to the extent that he provided these subsidies to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in his address, Mr. President mentioned that fuel supplies have not been disrupted in Ghana, in spite of the global logistical challenges. Mr. Speaker, this is true because as we speak today, Because of geopolitics and energy transition, we are experiencing serious supply challenges of petroleum products across the world. Mr. Speaker, for example, Shell reduced its capacity, the capacity of its largest refinery in Singapore by 50%. Shell and BP together have decided to shut down by the end of this month, today 31st, the largest refinery, the Saprec refinery in South Africa, which supplies up to 30% of the demand in South Africa. They are shutting it down. These are all adding up to the global supply challenges. Yet, Mr. Speaker, some countries, as a result of this, have declared stock out. Senegal has declared stock out. Mali has declared stock out. Even some European countries are facing challenges. But Mr. President was right when he said that for Ghana, we have tried to ensure that there is no disruption to supply.
Yeah.
This government will not allow this country to go back to the days of long queues at petrol stations. And we will ensure that we do not run short of supply of petroleum products in this country. Some of my colleagues over the last 2 days have tried to indicate that prices of petroleum products in Ghana are higher than everywhere in Africa. This is not true, Mr. Speaker, because data does not support that. GlobalPetroleumPrices.com, which is the website that reports petroleum prices across the world, has named about 6 countries whose prices are higher than that of Ghana.
Yeah.
Liberia is one of them, Senegal, Namibia, Kenya, Rwanda, Zambia, Malawi, South Africa, Morocco, Central African Republic, and a host of them. And so it cannot be true that prices in Ghana are the highest in Africa. We are very sensitive. Mr. Speaker, in his address, Mr. President underscored the importance of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the need for Ghana to position itself to derive maximum benefits from this. Mr. Speaker, the petroleum sector is one of the areas where we can derive benefits from. Through petrochemicals, we can industrialize and diversify our petroleum industry and export to the rest of Africa. This is why Mr. President has set up the Ghana Petroleum Hub Corporation in the Western region, so we diversify our oil uses. Petrochemicals currently constitute about 12% of global oil demand. It's expected to be third of global oil demand by 2030 and half by 2050. And so it takes a visionary president to know that we needed to diversify, to build a refinery capacity and a petrochemical capacity that can take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area in order to trade with the rest of Africa and make more revenue for our state, and through that create jobs for our people and get also foreign exchange for our country. Mr. Speaker, these and many others are the interventions we are making in order for Ghana to grow faster than it is growing at the moment. The Honorable Amabua said we did not add any new field. Mr. Speaker, you should tell me, which of them did you sign? Which of the contracts did you sign? Tell me, which of the contracts? Even the ENI project, which started producing under President Akufo-Addo, which one did you sign? And so the contracts you signed, the petroleum agreements you signed, none of them have produced oil. You sign petroleum agreement with companies that do not have the experience.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, just a minute.
Thank you, Speaker. My name was mentioned as you stated.
Honorable Member, your voice is too loud. So I easily notice you always shouting and then interjecting. Don't do it.
My name was mentioned. Mr. Speaker, all I said was that we are producing from the 10th field. We are producing from the Sankofa field. And Mr. Speaker, these 3 producing fields that we have, my point that I made was that these fields were brought to production by the NDC government led by John Dramani Mahama. Nothing has been added, and the honourable member must address that directly and not deviate from a signing of a petroleum agreement. Who is producing what? Have you added any production since you came in the last 5 years?
Well, that was the question you raised. And now his response is to raise the question, who signed the agreement? That is the question he has also raised. So, both of you are correct. Let's move on. Well, you didn't respond to it. Whether you signed the agreement. I today respond to yours. And so we go on. Maybe we'll find the answer at the end of the day. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because when you sign a contract with a company that has the resources and the expertise, they make discovery of oil and they produce.
Yeah.
That is what we did. But when you sign with a company that doesn't have the resources, they don't have the technology, they don't have the expertise, they will not make any discovery, much more to even produce. And so I am saying that we are producing from fields coming from agreements that were signed by us. Because we knew that there were companies that had the wherewithal, and the results are here for us to see. If they are now proud of that achievement, if they are very proud of that achievement, who should?
I thought we were moving away from this, because if you don't have a grandfather, you never have a grandchild. So let's move away from that and go to the relatives.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the energy sector is a major contributor to the economic successes of our country.
Yes.
And between us and the NDC, President Akufo-Addo has proven to be a better manager of the energy sector of our country.
Yes.
And so I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honourable members, with your kind permission, we move on to the next contributor, and that is in the person of Honourable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the SONA, which was presented to this House by the President on Wednesday. The President's appearance to this House was in fulfillment of a constitutional provision, specifically Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. And it says, among others, the President shall address Parliament and state the true state of the nation at the beginning of every session and before the close of every session. Right, Honourable Speaker? The list the people of this country expected from the President was to tell them half-baked truths, and with all sincerity, sometimes absolute falsehood. Yes. And I say this with a reason. Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker? Some of us predicted that the President was going to blame one COVID for the economic mess, the crass incompetence that he has subjected the people of this country to. We also predicted that he was going to blame the Ukraine-Russia conflict. If I may ask my colleagues, that when we finally get a resolution to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, who is our President going to blame? Perhaps he will blame the conflict in Ethiopia. Perhaps he will blame the conflict in Somalia. The same Minister for Agriculture told us that if we do not pass e-levy, farmers are not going to get fertilizer. The President stood here with alacrity and told us, because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, farmers cannot get fertilizer. Right, Honourable Speaker? The people of this country expected the President to tell us the true state of Ghana. At best, what the President did on that day was the state of promises message he delivered. And as a matter of fact, they were not prepared to execute. They were outstanding promises for which he told us in this House.
Interestingly, the challenges confronting us today, it is not how big our English is. The man who lives in my senior brother constituency, Karga, or the man who lives in my constituency is not interested in these jargons and big English. He's interested in bread and butter. The unemployed young man who lives at Medina and has to struggle to border trotro from Medina to the ministry chasing for non-available jobs is considering how much he was paying for transportation just in 2016 and how much he pays now. That is what the people of this country expected from the president. Unfortunately and sadly, he engaged in peddling those falsehoods. And it is not surprising that our colleagues, of course, there's a proverb in the band, Little Nache Baba on Urum Nachimba. If the chief comes home with a weird haircut, his subject certainly will come with tapia joke. And that is precisely what we have witnessed today. The president didn't even see the need to talk about the challenges confronting young people who constitute majority of the population of this country. President Muhammad, who was described as incompetent, as a matter of fact, by the ILO own records, unemployment was 6.8. Today, don't take my words, take the words of the Minister for Finance, who presented to this House the financial statement for this year. He stated in an unambiguous terms that youth unemployment is 12.6. As a matter of fact, the census that was conducted, unemployment in general is 14+%. It's not crass incompetence. Perhaps because I attended the Saito school, those who attended the Oxford and Yale's should tell us what constitutes incompetence. What we have, I don't think can be described as incompetent, but crass, gross incompetence. That was what was demonstrated. The people of this country expected to hear from the president what has happened to the cedi in its relations with the dollar. More so, they were expecting the president to tell us whether the dollar is still locked up at the police headquarters as we were told by Dr. Baumia. We wanted to know whether the dollar has broken jail, and if it has broken jail, it has become a fugitive, or perhaps it was granted bail, or perhaps it was given the opportunity to leave this country just like Aisha Wang. That is what the people of this country expected to hear from His Excellency, the President.
Majority, just a minute. Yes, Majority Chief.
Speaker, my good friend, because it relates to the Vice President, I think he must put his statement in proper context. The Vice President, I do not recall. If you do, you have to give us better particulars. To have said that the cedi is locked up at the cells of the Ghana Police Headquarters. Speaker, you will have to give us a better particulars or put it in proper context. Then again, in his introductory remarks, he has said that he wants to contribute to the SONA. Because there is nothing like SONA. If you read the Constitution well, it is the state of the nation. It is not SONA. So you have to correct yourself. Speaker, then on fertilizer, our colleague has said that the president Speaker, let me just conclude on this one. He has said that the president is putting the entire blame on the Russian-Ukraine crisis. As a statement of fact, what the president said was that because we import 30%, and I took note, 30% of fertilizer from Russia, it is impacting on the availability of fertilizer to our farmers. I think you must be fair and considerate and concede to this.
Honourable Member, you went beyond point of order. You are now contributing to the debate. I think that part is out of order. Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue. Leader, you want us to adjourn?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a plea to the government chief whip. We still have 5 more contributors on each side. And we've consulted and agreed that we should allow the debate to flow. So if the government chief whip, who is interested in making sure that the 5 on each side contribute before we adjourn, you are the same person heckling and interjecting. Mr. Speaker, we may end up not being able to do the government job that we want to do. And Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Mutala said is a public notice. And the Vice President has not even denied it. That he has arrested the dollar and kept it in the field and given the key to the IGP is a public fact. So not be heckling on them. Let's allow the debate to flow so that the 5 on each side will contribute for us to adjourn early and go home. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether Jonah swallowed the fish or the fish swallowed Jonah, there was a swallow. Whether the dollar was kept at the headquarters of the police in this country, I think that Dr. Bawumia should be the best person who should tell us. What is important? You are not denying the fact that he said he has arrested the dollar and gave the key to the IGP. I just want to know whether the dollar has broken jail. And if it has broken jail, it will be pursued as a fugitive. Or it was granted bail, or perhaps it was allowed to leave the shores of this country just as Ashawan was allowed to leave the shores of this country. That is what the people of this country want to know. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important that the true state of the nation is that you should be sincere, you should be honest. Candor matter in politics. There is nothing wrong with the president in standing here telling us, it's true, I have created the mess. It's true, as a result of my incompetence. It's true that I have sunk this country into a ditch that is extremely difficult to get you out. And I'm sincerely apologizing. I believe that we would have considered whether we should accept the apology or not. What is important is the suffering of the young people out there. You cannot tell me it is acceptable when you have unemployment 14%. 14%. We have been told today that the problems we have in this country is just because of Ukraine and COVID. But you have failed to tell us that within the West African sub-region, none went to the IMF for $3 billion loan in the name of COVID. None of our neighbors went to the World Bank for $450 million. None of our neighbors went to their central bank for 20 billion Ghana cedis loan. None of our neighbors dipped their hands into infrastructure development fund and all manner of funds. We are told today that as a result of COVID, that is the reason why we are where we are. Now, when COVID was solved, the next target that they will blame, like a drowning man who will clench on even a straw, that the problem now is with our prayer that that conflict is resolved. And I can bet my last penny, we'll be told that is the Tigris, the Somalia, the Ethiopian government and the Tigris people of South Sudan conflict is what is causing the problems we have in this country. It is important for us to insist that as the president, the last statement that should come from him should be statement that have the truth. We are told that the president constructed or built about 10,887 roads. I just Googled. It is the distance between Ghana to China. That is the distance. If the president engaged in that, then I certainly think that we wouldn't have any problem with roads. In fact, Joy FM, by the way, they are not NDC people. Joy FM themselves have done their own checks, and it is revealed that what the president did in this house was nothing but concocted lies to form facts. And this house is a house of records. This house is a house of record. Right, Honorable Speaker, we need to look at some of these issues dispassionately. And when we are looking at the issues dispassionately, sincerity matter. Right, Honorable Speaker, the President also told us that as a result of 1D1F and the booming economic success that they have achieved, they are creating a lot of jobs. It is only under the management of this country, under this incompetent government, that they are creating more jobs, yet unemployment is surging in this country. What has happened to NAPCO? When the President was delivering the SONA, I had several people who were sending me messages
NECO beneficiaries who haven't been paid, national service persons who the government is owing about 3 months. If they fail to come here, if we want to give them assessment, they may not have their certificate. Yet the president didn't see the need to apologize to such people. Yet the president didn't see the need, the suffering of the people. But you see, when your economy is managed by that abyss, this is what you experience.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is also significant for us to demand from the president to give us the figures. It is important for us to demand from the president to give us the accurate figures. Mr. Speaker, continue. I can understand the desperation. I can understand the desperation with which my honorable friend is finding it very difficult to sit. Honorable friend.
Speaker, my colleague just used a phrase which I think is unparliamentary. That when the economy is managed by Dada beats. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Speaker, I don't know what he meant by that. You may probably have to explain.
I didn't hear what you said.
Speaker, to say that when the economy is managed by Dada beats, it's unparliamentary.
Dada beats.
I don't. Speaker, you are good, sir. You are wondering what he meant. It's totally unparliamentary. He should withdraw, and your time is even up. You should just withdraw, and Speaker, so that it will be expunged. It should be expunged from our records. It's
Honorable Member, did you use the term database?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
What is the meaning of database?
When I spoke the ban, he didn't ask of the meaning. Yet when I said database, right, Honorable Speaker, those who have the privileged opportunity to have attended the years, the Oxford, they are the database. I attended Saito Kuku School. I attended Kuku School. So is he denying the fact? Is he denying the fact that our Minister for Finance?
What do you say, database?
It's Dadaba.
Dadaba.
Yes. Privilege. and right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
I know it as Dadabas. I didn't know about database. Yes, Chief Whip, Majority Chief Whip. He says he meant the Dadaba.
Speaker, I
know you are not one of them.
I'm simply demanding of my colleague, and Speaker, with your guidance, that such a phrase is totally unparliamentary, and to describe anybody as Dada B is totally unparliamentary, and he should simply, Speaker, he should simply withdraw those. He should withdraw those words. He should withdraw those words.
Actually,
Speaker, it's not parliamentary.
Chief Whip, my understanding of a Dadaba is an edification, privilege, a privileged person who had had better opportunities to educate himself or herself. So, if he had imputed something, then I'll take him on. By just mentioning that there are a number of us who were so privileged to enjoy some better educational system, I don't think it's unparliamentary.
Oh, patience.
Yes, Chief Whip, yes, go on.
To even say that or to allege that somebody had enjoyed a better educational privilege is subjective, totally subjective. As to say that there is no universal acceptance of that phrase. So that it may mean different meanings to different people. And so I'm saying that it connotes it's derogatory. So that it is derogatory. The context in which he uses it is derogatory. So he can make his description, whatever description he wants to, but it has to be civil. It should not be derogatory. It should stay clear of derogatory
descriptions and just make his point.
Honorable Member, your submission is that in Ghana, when you say that the bees is derogatory, actually I never got that impression anywhere. I never, but if that is what you understood that about or that the bees to me, I have not come across it anywhere in Ghana. Because I know my learned colleague here, Honorable Samuel Atachia, is a Daraba. So,
guys, Ahmed Dadabi.
When you
Ahmed, you see Dadabi was not.
Ahmed attended Saito schools. My learned colleague did not attend Saito schools. You know, so when he's speaking English, you can see and listen to his English. He's speaking from his teeth. Not the way we open our mouths and speak. Yes, please conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, internally, as who had the privileged opportunity to attend Ghana school, rather than the Sandargo experimental, we are described as Dadabis. So I think that it is not derogatory. Right, Honorable Speaker.
What about those of us who attended Tamasco?
No, it's Sandargo experimental. That's the other name for Tamasco.
Because
I'm sorry, Right, Honorable Speaker.
No, you are Ghana school. Ghana school. We attended Tamasco. And Tamasco is senior to Ghana school. Yes, please conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that you didn't have the privileged opportunity to attend Ghana school. I'm sorry. Right, Honorable Speaker. One of the challenges...
You are overruled.
Right, Honorable Speaker. One of the challenges that confront this country is corruption. As a matter of fact, the Afro-Barometer report by CDD indicated that corruption permeates through the fabric of the society of this country. Sadly, the President talks about amendments of laws and laws that have been passed, anti-corruption laws. Perhaps the President reminded that we already have anti-corruption laws in our statutes. What is important is the political will to fight it. It takes a president who has the zeal, the dedication, the sincerity to fight corruption, to do just as President Muhammad did. Unfortunately, this president is so scared to even mention the word corruption. And what I did, Right Honorable Speaker, I juxtaposed the statement that was made with similar statement that was made in 2017. Interestingly, in the 2017 SONA and the 2017 financial statement, every single paragraph was pregnant with how the president was going to fight corruption. The reason why the president was run away from that word is because he's fighting corruption. He's fighting anybody who is fighting corruption. Sadly, he talked about the special prosecutor. If I would want to take the verdict of Mr. Martinamidu, Mr. Martinamidu described sadly our president as the mother serpent for corruption. And the current special prosecutor, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concluding. The current special prosecutor lamented that the ingredients that would ensure that he achieved the purpose for which he was appointed, this president is unwilling to provide that ingredients. And he ended up praising the Minister for Finance. I shudder to say that the gentleman is the Minister for Finance because he uses Oforiata. And I'll urge my friends, if you want to be made a Minister for Finance or Minister under this government, go and swear an affidavit and change your name to Oforiata and you'll be appointed. With these few words, I thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we now will listen to Honorable Akwasi Akwa.
Most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. for this opportunity to contribute to the President's message of State of the Nation. I want to thank and congratulate the President, His Excellency, for the dexterity with which he delivered his address. It is obvious, Right Honorable Speaker, that this government has been so modest in its achievements, though monumental, and therefore the presence of the President was so important to remind us of some of the achievements of this government. Because as people who have been elected by our constituents, we are supposed to engender hope. And that's how come the President's message of hope should be taken seriously. Unfortunately, we tend to be clouded with the issues of politics. And so this message, this booklet, which contains a lot of hope, is being bastardized by colleagues on the other side. The President took his time to tell us of how the economy was, the sound footing the economy was, until COVID struck. He elaborated on the efforts to save lives and later put back the economy on the sound footing. In particular, issues of trade got me excited, and I want to dwell on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for every economy to thrive, we need to concentrate on the manufacturing sector. And that is why I was so excited when the President mentioned that even in the midst of COVID, the manufacturing sector grew by a percentage, an average percentage growth of 7.0 in the first half of 2021, compared to 0.7 in the corresponding period in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this increase could be attributed to the ascendancy in the production of PPEs. Mr. Speaker, trust the Ghanaian, given the opportunity and the right environment, will definitely create jobs and opportunities for himself to reduce the public wage bill. And that is why it is important for us to look seriously at the government's flagship program 1D, 1F. The Speaker, 1D, 1F is a deliberate policy of this government to enhance manufacturing, to ensure that factories that have been collapsed in the past, factories that are down to their feet, are brought back to life. I was surprised that my honorable colleague, who is the ranking member for trade, will mention some companies that used to exist and were doing so well, but collapsed along the way, and government decided to put it together. Now, 1D, 1F, we need to look at the issues that have actually culminated into 1D, 1F. 1F provides tax incentives, a waiver on duties and levies on imported plants, machinery and equipment, as well as raw materials. 1D, 1F affords companies the opportunity to have a 5-year corporate tax holiday. 1D, 1F gives interest subsidies for loans granted to 1D, 1F companies by participating financial institutions. 1D, 1F affords companies to have technical assistance services to 1D, 1F companies, and the company, the ministry, provides consultants to help them put themselves together. 1D1F companies also enjoy extended infrastructure facilities. Every serious economy, Mr. Speaker, will make provisions to boost up its manufacturing sector. And so since the inception of 1D1F, we can count a number of companies that have actually thrived. The President mentioned that 278 1D1F projects are at various stages of implementation in all the 16 regions. And so, because we represent in this country, we should be able to identify 1D1F operating within our jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, that 1D1F has 50,975 direct and indirect jobs. And this is a fact. When the Minister for Trade appeared in this house, it was contained in his statement. Mr. Speaker, if these companies will be able to employ this number of Ghanaians, then the least we can do as a country is to ensure that we encourage a lot of companies to come on stream, so that it becomes easier for our teeming youth to have. Let's look at the President talked about 5 medium-scale state-of-the-art agro-processing common user facilities. And these are facilities that have been put together with direct support from government and are owned by various groups of farmers. These farmers either will have their products going waste. But if you check districts, that is Doma West, Savilugu, Sefi Akontoma, Seche Central, and Takwan Siayem, you would have these facilities operating there. What it means is that apart from the farmers making money out of their products, these facilities have also provided employment to the teeming youth. It takes a viable economy, Mr. Speaker, to attract companies to come and set up their automobile companies here. We have the ranking member talking about the fact that these companies only come to assemble their products here and they make their money. Countries that have developed in industrialization started the same way. China started by assembling parts and later they got into manufacturing. We take one step and then the others will follow. Now we are doing assembly. Very soon, if we are to encourage ourselves, and by the President's mandate given to the Finance Minister to ensure that all automobile vehicles, that is four-wheel drives, are not purchased. I mean, a ban on these items, and we concentrate on the ones that are produced here. We are going to encourage them to increase their fleets. Today, as I speak now, the President, His Excellency, in Tema, commissioned another plant. One would want to ask, why are all these companies attracted here? Why are all these companies coming here? Even though they are coming to assemble, it means that the economy is ready for production and manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, it will be interesting to see the 9th Parliament buying some of these automobiles, some of these vehicles, just to encourage these plants, these companies, so that at the end of the day, as they increase their production, it will affect our employment rate. Mr. Speaker, now we know that the high cost of building materials that we are experiencing in this country is because of the Ukraine and Russia war. Mr. Speaker, the President didn't mince words in telling us that because most of our imports of iron rods are coming from Ukraine, now production is no more going on there, so we have to buy them expensively. Why would somebody say that our economy is not doing well, and it is the reason why our building products, cost of our building products are increasing? I would be surprised that members of this house will not appreciate the effect of the Ukraine and Russia war. A lot of other countries are suffering, and it's been reported, and we know what is happening. Mr. Speaker, West Africa, or Africa as a whole, has started trading among themselves. It is not enough for us to have AFTA in our country. It's not enough to be hosting the AFTA secretariats. What are we offering Africa? What are we offering Africa? If AFTA comes into its full fledged, what's going to happen is that you will have a lot of people, a lot of countries dumping their products here. If we do not up our game and also get products that we can also make available on the market and make money, then we are going to be a dumping ground. And this is something we have signed up to.
Honourable Member, conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, as I wind up my debate, I want to urge members of this House to take 1D1F so seriously. It is about time we start lobbying the Secretariat so we can have 1D1Fs in our various constituencies. Because what the government has to do, what every government has to do, is to provide the enabling environment. If government provides the enabling environment, what we need to do is to buy in. What we need to do is to lobby the Secretariat to have some of these factories planted in our various constituencies. That is the surest way to reduce unemployment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah. From the list I have from the minority side, I'm told it's the turn of Honorable Isaac Adongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the President's message on the state of the nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by recognizing the fact that the majority side has failed the President. Mr. Speaker, we are here in our numbers to have a conversation around the issues that the President has raised. And his people are not here. Mr. Speaker, if it was about imposing levy on the poor, they would have massed up here. But, Mr. Speaker, I can understand why. They came and delivered all these voluminous documents as the hope. It didn't deliver hope. The President delivered this one. That is less than 2/4 of a sheet of paper, 20 of them. How can you have hope in this one? That is why you are not here. There is nothing here, Mr. Speaker. The President is coming. The President is coming after 3 months. So it was this one. Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad for this country. Because if the whole of the affairs of this country and the challenges that the people of Ghana are going through is contained in this document, then we are doomed. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the President came here to this chamber, and the conversation around the economy was just about one paragraph. Mr. Speaker, in that paragraph, the President said the average GDP growth from 2017 was 7%. And that he has grown the economy from a figure of about $54 billion to $72 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is the economy of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if the GDP is this my phone, it is the only product we have produced in Ghana in 2016, and it was sold at 100 Ghana. Given the rate at which prices are galloping, by 2021, this will be sold at 1,000 Ghana. So even without adding any production, you will get $72 billion. That is the level at which we have reduced the analysis of our economy to. That we are using nominal GDP, which is influenced by 3 times the price increases. That even if you have not done anything to the economy at all, prices alone will put you at 72 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is the economy the president came to deliver. But Mr. Speaker, you have an economy that grew in 2017 by 8.13%. Mr. Speaker, at that time he didn't even have a government in place. And you remember in his first year, he ended up with 125 ministers. He was still struggling to get people to serve in executive positions, and the economy grew by 8%. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying in economics that when seed, no matter how much you water it, it will not germinate the same day. So when you arrived, the hard work had been done and the economy began to grow. Subsequently, 2018, when you now introduce your naive experimental economics, you are now doing 6.2% from 8%. Mr. Speaker, the following year, you did 6.5. Then you ended up with 0.41. And you said it was almighty COVID. Then 2021, you said it was 471. 2022, you said it is Ukraine-Russian war. In 2021, do we have Ukraine-Russian war? That one, who didn't? Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I have sat in this chamber and listened to the president, and inflation is completely missing his vocabulary. Inflation. Missing completely in the president's vocabulary. I don't know whether if he mentions inflation, whether he collapses. He never mentioned it. And it is the driver of cost of living. So the Ghanaians are suffering because prices are galloping. He didn't talk about it. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, interest rates completely vamoose. We don't talk about interest rate again. Better managers of the economy ran away from interest rates. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I sat here and I didn't hear the president mention anything about public debt. Rate of debt accumulation. The downgrade of Ghana is a major international embarrassment, and we got a AAA embarrassment from rating agencies. Finish us. As for the others, the president wrote a lengthy letter to the, what do they call it, AU, to intervene, thinking that it is a diplomatic negotiation. Then the Minister for Finance wrote a very to the rating agency. Mr. Speaker, there are no remarking in rating agencies. So fix your economy and your rating will be better. Mr. Speaker, this is where we are. You see, when you talk big English, and you thought that when you were taught economics, after you were taught, your lecturer died and didn't teach anybody again, the mess in the Ghanaian economy will humble you. Mr. Speaker, some people have been humbled. Now they are into digitalization.
Let's listen to the majority chief whip. Yes.
Speaker, I paid good attention to my friend's address. And he made the point that as president, there was only one paragraph in the president's address on the economy. Speaker, my colleague, with respect to him, is
excellent economist,
narrowly interpreting what he means by statement on the economy. The president spoke about 1G, 1F is related to the economy. The president spoke about tonnage, about cocoa is related to the economy. The president spoke about car assembly plants. It's related to the economy. So that is not the fact. And particularly, I observe him. School children are watching us. He said we are supposed to be educating them, and he should dress properly. Particularly, my colleague should dress properly
and then speak to the fact and stay clear of things that are not important. You have to put yourself in orders. He must dress properly. His constituents are looking at him. It is not right for him the way he tie. It's totally out of place. And I expect him to dress properly. And he should speak to facts. Stick to the address.
Majority Chief Whip, I'm noting down your contributions and the time you are taking to make the contributions. So when it comes to your turn, we deduct all that time because you have already contributed. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we are colleagues. When you fail your exams, you cannot blame it on the dress code of your class teacher. The Honorable Azika Dongo has dressed properly. Mr. Speaker, he is in suit and he's in tie. If my colleague on the other side is not comfortable with the results that he's churning out, you don't blame it on his dress code. Just as he said, the rating agencies are not diplomatic missions, and therefore taking them to AU will not change our results. Let's listen to him and we'll fix our country. Mr. Speaker, I wish that dress portion should be expunged from the record because the academia are listening, and the lecture Honorable Adongo is giving, economic professors are going to use it to lecture their children. It's going to be a research document, and if we trivialize it with a dress code, we may not be doing a great service to this house. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Order 93 it shall be out of order to use offensive or all other words or to impute improper motives. Offensive were imputing improper motives, and using the dress code will mar the beauty of the research document, which is the Hansard. So, Mr. Speaker, it should be expunged from the records. And my colleague, I'm aiding you to save time. We are going to do this, and all these things, the Minister for Finance will take this Hansard to help him to fix the economy. So let's do you a great favor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I noted the time you have also used in your contribution. And so when it comes to your turn, we'll deduct it from your 10 minutes. I am struggling to understand the use of the dress code as to whether you can refer to personal allusions. I don't think it will fit in. Whether it's offensive, whether it's abusive, whether it's insulting, whether it's blasphemous or unbecoming words. That is the difficulty here. Unbecoming of what? Because I see his dress code as proper dress code for a parliamentarian. And so I would have supported the majority chief whip if the dress code was improper. But I think the dress code is proper. But the improper use in Order 93(2) talks about imputing improper motives. But that is not the situation with regard to this one. I will not agree with him, but I think that Honorable Adongo is properly attired and he can continue with his contribution.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection. Mr. Speaker, on agriculture, a very important subject in the development of our country, I'm happy to note that even His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, after 5 years of not being in government, the only ray of hope on irrigation by the President, as he stated here, is the hard work, vision, and foresight of His Excellency Dr. Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer, and with your permission, I would like to read page 8, paragraph 2. He said, the result of significant investment by my government in the Ghana Commercial Agriculture Project has resulted in the availability of a total of 13,190 hectares of additional irrigable land through the rehabilitation of Tono, Pond Leadback, and Pond irrigation schemes. Mr. Speaker, this is John Mohammed's brainchild. The Ghana Agriculture Development, the Ghana Commercial Agriculture Project, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say, was approved by the World Bank in March 2012. Mr. Speaker, the loan came to this House and was approved in August 2013. Mr. Speaker, the project became effective in 2013 for an initial amount of $100 million with a grant component of $16.95 million provided by the United States Agency for International Development. Mr. Speaker, this project was restructured in 2015 to strengthen the irrigation schemes in our country, and that included Tono and included the Pond irrigation project. Mr. Speaker, how does this become your investment? Mr. Speaker, this project was restructured again in 2018 because they were struggling to access funding from the United States Agency for International Development and went back to the World Bank for an additional financing of $50 million. It was approved in this House, and I seconded the motion. Mr. Speaker, the President is nowhere near this vision. As a matter of fact, he calls them uptakers. Mr. Speaker, the project referred them to commercial aggregators of production in those sites. That is the technical word that was used. Mr. Speaker, even in these dire times, it is only John Mohammed's vision, 5 years out of office, that provides ray of hope in agriculture. Why was he not quoting one village, one dam? Is one village, one dam not something he's proud of? Why is he not mentioning the Pangu multipurpose dam and trying to sneak in John Mohammed's Ghana Commercial Agriculture Project? Mr. Speaker, if they have nothing to say, it is better they give the credit to the right person who has vision for this country. Mr. Speaker, the President said that they've spent 17.7 billion on COVID since 2020. Mr. Speaker, that is factually inaccurate. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement that was presented to us in 2021, you will find under page 273 that under page 273, the utilization of funds, particularly from stabilization fund, was about 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, all the donor funds and the loans that we took from the IMF and the rest put together gave us 18.1 billion expenditure. Mr. Speaker, his own budget statement in page 47, paragraph 1686, Mr. Speaker, other expenditure comprising mainly energy sector levies, transfers, and COVID-19 related expenditures amounted to 4.16 billion, 23.6% below the program target. But he says that out of this, about 1.892 billion, however, was related to COVID-19, and a further procurement of COVID-19 vaccines amounting to 753 billion was reported in CAPEX financing. This, the minister says, brings together a total of 2.87 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you add 2.87 billion to 18.1 plus another 1.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, the figure you get is a total of 21.9 billion that was spent on COVID. The President comes to say that despite all this, he spent only 17.7. So where is the difference of over 3 billion? The river moves. This is the reason, Mr. Speaker, we insisted that we must audit this COVID-19 expenditures, because they just keep telling us different numbers. And this is a house of records. These data I am mentioning are captured in the records. And the minister's figures are alien to this house, Mr. Speaker. Another challenge is that the minister says, and I want to use his own budget, in an attempt to glorify a failed program called ICAMS. The president mentions figures that do not exist in his own budget. And the budget is the collection of data on our economy and on our finances. And Mr. Speaker, the data in the budget is quite clear. That, and it's under page 20, he says, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken on the occasion, let me just go for it, say that ICAMS, when it was introduced, provided a lot of controversy. At the moment, we are seeing the benefits. Indeed, customs revenue, and Mr. Speaker, in our budgeting framework, customs revenue is referred to as international trade taxes. Customs revenue, prior to the implementation of ICAMS, for the period June 2019 to May 2020, stood at 11.25 billion. Between June 2020 and the start of ICAMS and May 2021, teething challenges and ill-considered propaganda and the impact of COVID on global trade still resulted in about 14.36 billion of customs revenue. As at the end of 2021, Mr. Speaker, we had achieved 16.08 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even if we change our constitution for the President of the Republic to serve up to 2025, adding 1 more year bonus, his own data in the budget shows that he can't even achieve 16 billion. The Speaker, in 2019, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, international trade taxes stood at 5.4 billion. In 2020, international trade taxes stood at 5.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, the budget for 2022 put it at 9 billion, and the projected for 2025 is 13.5 billion. Does any of these figures look like 16 billion? Mr. Speaker, I do not want to say the President came to lie to us, but these are intentional factual inaccuracies, and these figures are alien to the budget that are captured as official records in this House. Mr. Speaker, please.
For today, the last contributor from the majority side is Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to also have my bite of the state of the nation addressed by the President. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to know that at this stage, honorable members from the other side impugn the integrity of the President. But Mr. Speaker, page 1 of the President's speech shows an honest President this country has. Mr. Speaker, this is a man who has not hidden from Ghanaians the true state of this country. On page 4 of the statement, page 1, paragraph 4, the President said, Mr. Speaker, from my vantage point as a President of the Republic, from the focus point as a head of government, and from enviable position of a husband and a father and a grandfather, I know that there is a general sense of anxiety in our nation today. That is an honest statement from an honest man.
Actually, he didn't say today. He said at the moment.
Yes.
So this today is yours. The President says clearly.
I'm quoting
at the moment. You are quoting the President.
I'm quoting the President. Mr. Speaker, the President has made it clear people are belittling the impact of COVID-19 and then the Russian-Ukraine war. Mr. President, the President told us that 60% of wheat flour comes from Russia to this country. you know the impact. Before COVID, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, a 40-footer container shipped from China, our major trading partner, to this country cost $4,200. As we speak, it's about $12,000. The impact of COVID on your economy today. Mr. Speaker, we talked about exchange rates, inflation. The president has made it clear, and we are all aware. Inflationary rates all over the world. If you go to great countries, countries that are industrialized, bigger than this country, Mr. Speaker, let me refresh the minds of our colleagues here with respect to the strength of our dollar. Just about 2-3 weeks ago, the dollar was about 8.4 cedis. Today, the president and the finance minister has worked so hard, the dollar, the strength of our cedi has taken a positive position. Mr. Speaker, it is 7.5 cedis today. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Turkey, today, the Turkish teller is exchanged from 0.8 to $1. Mr. Speaker, when you go to China, it is exchanged for 6.34. When you go to Nigeria, it is exchanged for 415.75 naira. When you go to Kenya, it is exchanged for 115 Kenyan currency. When you go to Rwanda, it is exchanged for 1,017.50. When you go to Morocco, it is exchanged for 9.52. And when you go to Egypt, it is exchanged for 18.28. When you come to Ghana, it is exchanged for 7.5. These are hard facts. These are hard facts, Mr. Speaker. We trade with these countries, and the challenge the global economy is having effect on all of us. Let us not belittle. And I'm telling you, but for the safest hands of Mr. President, this country would have been in a mess. But thanks to the president, thanks to a visionary leader like Mr. President, today the president has enumerated various programs that is mitigating against the challenge we are having today. Mr. President has said that in the next 3 years, the youth unemployment we are talking about, through the Youth Start program, through government and our development partners, 3 million of our young people who hitherto have not have jobs in this country will be resourced to operate their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, somebody was belittling the importance of assembling plants in this country.
Can you imagine?
It shocks me that a former minister could rise and say that it is of no importance for companies like Toyota, Nissan, Kia finding their way here. Before any international company will find its way to another jurisdiction, there is a business analysis that company undertakes, an economic viability they do undertake. When you go out as a member of parliament to sell this country, there are positive signs you will sell to your partners. And most of you sitting here, has business partners you are selling this country to. And based on that, your partners will make a decision to invest in our country. I am not too sure with the statistics of the exchange rate I've given you, any proper investor anywhere will find Ghana as the best destination to put your money. Mr. Speaker, when a company like Toyota finds its way in assembling here, what it means that it transfers technology. The people who are working at the assembly plant will not be people coming from Japan. They will be people from Ghana. That is why government has taken a bold decision to bring the STEM program. skills development of our country. That is why government is investing in TVET. When we invest in TVET, what it means is that it will support our technical skills development in our country. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying as a country, we have a challenge. The president has not hidden the challenge from the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote from page 5.
Listen.
The president again talked about the impact of COVID on this economy. Mr. Speaker, 4.6 of your GDP was spent to combat COVID-19 in this country. A total of 17.7 billion. And people rise and ask, the debt we have in this country, what have we used it for? Meanwhile, a report has been made to this August House. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that we are exploring new ways of raising revenue. We know today we've borrowed since the time of independence to the extent that our debt to GDP is about 83%. Nobody is happy. The amount of money we are using to service our debt is more than what we are using to do infrastructure we are all yearning for.
Exactly.
Shall we continue to borrow to fund this country? You have been speaking and you have been challenging that we are borrowing and the debt is piling. Let me ask each one of you, what is the alternative that you have provided for this country? Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the panacea to the rampant borrowing of this country is the yield levy that has come. And any attempt to suffocate the process of getting this yield levy has been put to the back burner. And we are going to make the necessary revenue to develop this country. Mr. Speaker?
Just a minute. Your leader is up on his feet. I just want to know why.
Mr. Speaker, whilst our respected colleague is on his feet, Honorable Sophia Akwaku, Honorable MP for Shaman, Honorable my own good friend Tel Abi, Mr. Speaker, they have been heckling him. Mr. Speaker, they have been heckling him. And Mr. Speaker, when my good friend Adongo was on his feet, I saw how Sophia was giving morale to him. Why are you not extending the same morale? Why? Sophia, Mr. Speaker, why is Sophia not extending the same morale? So you mean when he gets to Adongo, who is an MP? Please, you are an available leader. That's not the way we stand. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, is Sophia today saying that if it's about Adongo, you move from your seat to give him morale, but when you get to Sylvester, you look all the way to frustrate his debate? Is that what you are doing here? Is that what you are doing here? And Honorable Tel Abi was supporting you, and my good friend from Ashama frustrating him. Mr. Speaker, he needs some water. Mr. Speaker, he needs some water. Mr. Speaker, Sylvester needs some water. He was losing his voice. So, Mr. Speaker, give him some permission to take some water so that he can come back stronger. You are available leader. That's not the way we do it. Sit down, let me finish.
Well, yes. Available leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, Honorable Ahmed had indicated that we have a challenge with time. And so it is important that if we have to exhaust all the people who are supposed to speak, we should be a bit careful as to how we... Besides that, a little bit of heckling is allowed in this affair, including he himself as the leader. He has been the worst culprit when it comes to issues of this nature. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will just plead with you that you will let us stick to what we all are agreed on. Less interruptions, and make sure that I think the cogent points that are being expressed by the members of Parliament who are debating should be allowed to flow. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I'm told that you need some water. You are permitted to take the water.
Mr. Speaker.
But your time is almost up, but you are permitted to take water.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, they mentioned your name, yes.
Because I realized that my colleague was choking. And I just gave him a signal to get a cup of water. And that is what Mr. Speaker has just asked him to do. Because he was getting choked, seriously. No, he was choking. The man was choking. So can you get some water? He's my brother too. And it's not because of politics. I'll advise him.
I think that is because he was fired up. So the voice was getting a bit croaky.
The more reason why
he needed some water to wet it. Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I told the House I lost my voice as a result of celebrating the Black Stars. I said that this is my second time I'm contributing today, and it's not because I'm straining my voice. Thank you for the concern from members. But the point is still made that Mr. President has been honest, has been faithful, has been forthright with this country. Mr. Speaker, for 5 years in this country, it is obvious that but for President Akufo-Addo, we would have seen a nosedive of our economy. In spite of all the global challenges, this country is very strong. And we are going to make giant strides. The youth unemployment, there is a program that we are going to take the young people out. People belittle the NAPCO program, but today it is obvious. Somebody made an erroneous impression that for 1 year, NAPCO trainees have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, let me place it on record that the NAPCO trainees are not owed more than 2 months' salary. And it's a fact. It's a fact. We started with 100,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, about 37,000 has found permanent employment and they have since exited the program. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute my quota to the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Workers sometimes can be now we have the last person for today, and I'm told that is Honorable Sebastian Sandar.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the message on the state of the nation delivered by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the whole essence, and for that matter, the President of the Republic, is to give hope to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the President, in his message, has this to say, and with your permission, I quote the first page, that's paragraph 4. I quote, Mr. Speaker, from my vantage point as President of the Republic, from the focus point as head of government, from the invariable position of a husband, a father, and a grandfather, I know that there is a general sense of anxiety in our nation at the moment. Mr. Speaker, the essence of a president
is to excite his people, is to give them hope, is to prevent them from anxiety. If the president, in the summary of his message, is saying that he knows that there's a general sense of anxiety of Ghanaians in this country, the president is indirectly saying that, look, my leadership has driven Ghanaians into a state of mental abnormality. Mr. Speaker, anxiety is not just used anyhow.
This is a doctor speaking.
Anxiety is classified under the group of mental disorders. Anxiety is a psychological disorder which arises when the conditions in which people live are not enabling, are not right, are hopeless, and therefore when they sleep, they don't see hope in the future. When they look at the president, when they look at the leader, they don't see hope in that leader, and therefore in the president.
And the leader himself, and
the president has admitted that there's a state of anxiety in this country. Mr. Speaker, why would Ghanaians be anxious? They are anxious not because Russia is fighting Ghana, not because there's war in this country. They are anxious because when they wake up, it's difficult to get basic meal. When they wake up, they are worried how to send their children to school. They are worried to send patients to hospital because when you get there, they tell you you have to go and buy. Meanwhile, they don't have money. There's anxiety because cost of living is high. Petrol prices is shooting. And the government that is to absorb the hardship is shifting hardships onto the people. And that is the cause of anxiety. Mr. Speaker, there's a relationship between anxiety and productivity. Where the people are in a state of anxiety, expect that productivity will be low. And therefore, it's going to affect your economy. Mr. Speaker, that is the state in which we are in, and that is the state the president himself has admitted. Nobody is saying that there are not challenges, there are not problems in the world. Yes, indeed, there are economic challenges, there are health challenges. But the duty of the president and his economic team is to ensure that they give hope to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, more worrying is that Ghanaians are anxious because they don't know how they are going to live for this 3 or so years before 2024.
Two, not 3.
Interview the average Ghanaian and he will tell you that they don't know whether life will get better or is getting worse. And Mr. Speaker, like I said, that is what the president himself admitted to in his message to the country. And we're expecting not to re-echo the state of anxiety of the people of this country. His duty is to give us hope. And when you look at this message, you don't find that hope that will excite Ghanaians. You don't see that hope that will take us away from that anxiety to a state of joy. And I am worried. I'm worried based on my background as a medical practitioner. When you say your people are anxious, you are saying that they are in a state of mental abnormality. Mr. Speaker, they are worried and anxious because the national health insurance that was to give us hope has become cash and carry. Since July 2021, up to date, health providers have not been paid. And that is serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President also talked about Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, this is what the President said. Mr. Speaker, I have to report that like all major construction projects, it is evident that the initial schedule we gave for the completion of the Agenda 111 was overly ambitious. Mr. Speaker, the question is, did anybody in this country force the President to boldly, in his State of Fellow Ghanaians address, emphatically state that he was going to build 111 hospitals within 1 year? And when Ghanaians were kind of advising him that, look, be careful, he said, oh, we were naysayers.
And pessimist.
Mr. Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, integrity, Mr. Speaker, integrity is a function of competence.
Yes, a minute, Honourable Member, yes.
Speaker, first to my right is Sophia Kwaku from the NDC bench. When it was E-Levy, she won't come here. Now E-Levy is over, she has found her friend. Mr. Speaker, and she is obstructing me not to raise a point of order. So the man is just going on and on and on. Going on, you have just 30 seconds to finish. Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm enjoying the company, go on.
Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, integrity is a function of competence. Mr. Speaker, my background is medicine, but the little I know about integrity of a man is that your words match with your actions. In other words, when you promise, you deliver. Otherwise, they will say that you are not a man of integrity. From 1 year, today, the President has admitted that he was overly ambitious. Who advised him? What background work did he do before coming out? Mr. Speaker, you were a very competent minister for health. And I know you never would have allowed your president to make such an overly ambitious promise. And when it is time to deliver, then you tell us that it was overly ambitious and therefore we should expect that you hand over before you leave office in 2025. Why wouldn't Ghanaians be anxious? Because there's no hope. Because, in a way, I wouldn't say you deceived the people, but you didn't give them hope.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the message of the President to this country lacks hope, it's causing more anxiety, driving many more people in the state of mental abnormality. And I expect the President, with his economic management team, to stand up, give us hope, take us from a state of mental abnormality to a state of hope and joy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I want to thank all of you for the cooperation. And I think it's now time for us to adjourn the House to tomorrow when we reconvene at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I mean 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I might not be around in the morning, but definitely I'll be around in the afternoon. My understanding is that we'll be having double sitting. I think that is the understanding I've got for leadership. And so there will be no need to sit on Saturday. So please, my deputy will take up the early morning and I'll come back and take up in the afternoon. So far, so good, to quote the MPP. I adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned.